Chapter 308, Chapter 308, The Master of the Court of Gods Avatar Plan, 1. Chapter 308, The Master of the Court of Gods Avatar Plan, 1. Outside Li Wushuang's tent. The disciples of the Heaven Demon sect stood side by side, and the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect stood in front of them. With a serious expression, he placed his hands behind his back and slowly said to them, "Everyone is back, right? Now, report the results of your search." Upon hearing the Heaven Demon sect master's words, the Heaven Demon sect disciples looked at each other and said in unison, "This subordinate is useless." Hearing the Heaven Demon sect disciples' words, Baldy snorted coldly, but the expression of the Heaven Demon sect master did not change at all. Li Wushuang, aren't there a few disciples in our Heavenly Demon sect? When Li Wushuang heard the Heaven Demon sect master calling her, she quickly walked up. "Sect master, it's like this. Further ahead is the forbidden area of the Fire Dragon clan. Many disciples were discovered by the Fire Dragon clan because they had investigated too deeply, so they disappeared. This subordinate suspects that the Lord of the Divine Court might have already escaped into the Fire Dragon King's forbidden ground." In a moment of desperation, Li Wushuang directly told him that the Master of the Divine Court had gone to the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground. In any case, one would only know if it was true or false after entering the Fire Dragon King's forbidden area. Not everyone could enter. "What did you say? You mean that the Lord of the Divine Court will go to the forbidden area of the Fire Dragon race to die?" The bald man retorted disdainfully. In his opinion, with the strength of the Lord of the Divine Court, entering the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground was equivalent to courting death. Li Wushuang was about to say something when the Heaven Demon sect master looked at her meaningfully. "Baldy, don't be anxious. In my perception, there's a Heaven Demon sect disciple in the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground. The Lord of the Divine Court might enter the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground." The tokens on the disciples of the Heaven Demon sect were specially refined by the artifact masters in the Heaven Demon sect. As long as the Heaven Demon sect master cast a spell, he could sense the location of the token. Li Wushuang was surprised to hear the sect master's words. It didn't make sense. These few days, it was those big idiots who were searching. Putting aside the fact that they were really stupid, how could they enter the forbidden area of the Fire Dragon race with that strength? Although she had her doubts, she was still grateful to the disciple who had entered the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground. Because of him, her seemingly imperfect lie seemed to make sense. After hearing the Heaven Demon sect master's words, Baldy also put away his contempt and replaced it with a solemn expression. The Fire Dragon clan's territory was called a forbidden area by the people of the Divine Realm. That was not a casual remark. It was rumored that the Fire Dragon King's strength was heaven-defying. He had once swallowed a godly emperor alive in the Forbidden Land. Not only that, but there were also several God-Emperor realm experts in the Fire Dragon clan. This foundation was also the reason why the cultivators who had entered the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground over the years had basically never left. With this thought in mind, the Baldy said to the Heaven Demon sect master, "If the Master of the Divine Court enters the Forbidden Land, what should we do?" The bald man didn't want to give up just like that, but the current situation didn't give them much time. If the Lord of the Divine Court was killed by the Fire Dragon clan, their previous efforts would be in vain. Hearing Baldy's words, the Heaven Demon sect master's expression did not change at all as he waved his hand at him. "This is not the place to talk. Let's change to another place to discuss how to enter the Fire Dragon King's forbidden area." After saying that, the Heaven Demon sect master's figure disappeared first, and no one knew where he went. The Heaven Demon sect master was the only godly emperor among them. If he wanted to enter, Baldy and the others would feel much more at ease. Following that, his figure flashed and followed. After the Heaven Demon sect master and the others left one after another, a voice was faintly transmitted from the sky. "Li Wushuang, take some men and guard the entrance of the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground." Report to me if there are any abnormalities. Li Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the Heaven Demon Sect Master had left without finding out that he had taken bribes. He bowed in the direction where the Heaven Demon Sect Master had left and said to the Heaven Demon Sect's disciple in front of him, "You guys, follow me." The Heavenly Demon Sect Master had personally come to check on her, so Li Wushuang didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately brought the Heaven Demon Sect disciples to the entrance of the Fire Dragon King's Forbidden Ground to wait. Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. A black shadow passed through the mountains and finally landed on a mountain peak. With the help of the surrounding huge rocks, the black shadow perfectly covered its body. Then, the black shadow slowly appeared. It was a clone of the Master of the Divine Court. Standing on the mountain peak, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at a huge grassland in the distance. In the center of the grassland, there was a building that looked like an altar. On the altar, a tender dragon fruit floated on it. Around the dragon fruit, there were many flaming dragons sitting on the ground, looking at the dragon fruit on the altar. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to be enjoying themselves. As expected of the Fire Dragon clan's sacred artifact. According to the time, the Fire Dragon King will come out of seclusion in a few days. In that case, in the face of the Fire Dragon clan's anger, they will probably be completely wiped out. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court muttered to himself as he looked at the scene in front of him. That's right. The purpose of the clone of the Master of the Divine Court coming to the Fire Dragon King's Forbidden Ground was to lure the Heaven Demon Sect Master and the others who coveted him in and then kill them all. This way, he could also give the other experts who coveted him a warning. More importantly, if he succeeded, it would be easier for the other avatars to hide in the Divine World in the future. With that thought in mind, the Master of the Divine Court immediately hid behind the rock. Then, a few fire dragons flew over the mountain he was on and flew into the prairie. The fire dragon flew past, and the clone of the Master of the Divine Court walked out from behind the rock again. Then, he saw Di Wuzheng on the mountain opposite him and smiled. Although it deviated a little from the plan, it seems that it was a blessing instead of a curse. When he was in the bamboo forest, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court had deliberately let Di Wuzheng see him entering the Fire Dragon King's Forbidden Land. He had originally thought that Di Wuzheng would return to inform the Heaven Demon Sect Master and the others of the news that he had entered the Fire Dragon King's Forbidden Ground. However, he did not expect Di Wuzheng to follow him in. In this way, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court had a new idea. After checking the surroundings and making sure that the fire dragons here were not paying attention, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court used the true essence in his body to change his appearance. Then, his figure flashed and he arrived at the opposite mountain peak. Looking at Di Wuzheng, who was staring at the prairie in a daze, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court extended his arm and patted Di Wuzheng's shoulder. Di Wu was looking at the dragon fruit on the altar in a daze when he felt someone pat him on the shoulder. He turned around and saw the masked clone of the Master of the Divine Court instinctively punch him. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, Do you want to become a guardian of my? Chapter 309, Do you want to become a guardian of my? Happy Red Brothel. _I. Fire Dragon King Forbidden Area, on top of a mountain. Bang! Di Wuzheng's punch landed on the clone of the Master of the Divine Court, causing it to take a few steps back. Slowly stabilizing his body, Di Wuzheng clutched his chest and looked at Di Wuzheng in front of him with shock in his eyes. Now, he somewhat understood why Di Wuzheng had followed him into the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. Just that punch from Di Wuzheng, there were not many people at his age who could display it. It seemed that this person was a talented disciple of the Heaven Demon Sect. It was reasonable for him to enter the Fire Dragon King's Forbidden Ground rashly just because he had talent. After repelling the clone of the Master of the Divine Court, Di Wuzheng also saw the person who had just slapped him. Just now, he was immersed in the joy of seeing the dragon fruit. Di Wuzheng couldn't help but make a move to snatch the dragon fruit. However, he didn't expect someone to pat him on the shoulder at this time. Looking at the clone of the Master of the Divine Court in front of him, Di Wuzheng's mind was spinning rapidly. With his eyesight, he could tell that the appearance of the clone of the Master of the Divine Court had changed. However, that was not important. What was important was whether this guy would come and compete with him for the dragon fruit. With this thought in mind, Di Wuzheng sent a voice transmission to the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. "Hey, who are you? What's your purpose here?" The clone of the Master of the Divine Court received Di Wuzheng's voice transmission. After confirming that the commotion just now did not alarm the fire dragon race, he replied to him. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. One have no ill intentions towards you. My name is Tian." One saw that fellow Taoist was very interested in the dragon fruit of the fire dragon clan just now. "Why don't we work together?" As he spoke, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court also looked at Di Wuzheng with a smile. Di Wuzheng's drooping collar of the dragon fruit was reflected in his eyes. After all, this thing was a rare treasure even when he was at his peak, let alone Di Wuzheng, who was in the golden age of cultivation. Hearing that the clone of the Master of the Divine Court was interested in the dragon fruit, Di Wuzheng transmitted his voice to him warily. "Oh, how?" When the clone of the Master of the Divine Court heard Di Wuzheng's words, he smiled and continued to reply. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. One won't fight with you for the dragon fruit. After I get the dragon fruit will be yours. As for me, one only need you to do one thing for me after you've succeeded in your cultivation." Di Wuzheng heard the voice transmission of the Lord of the Divine Court and saw that the other party was trying to control him, but he was not anxious. "Oh, why should I believe you? How about this, I can share my understanding of dragon fruits with you, fellow Taoist." As he spoke, he took out a scroll from his pocket. "How is this sincerity, fellow Taoist?" The clone handed the scroll in his hand to Di Wuzheng with a sincere expression. No matter what tricks this old man was playing, he had to read the scroll first. Di Wuzheng took the scroll from the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court. Needless to say, information about dragon fruits was still quite scarce for him now. Moreover, this fellow in front of him didn't seem to have much strength. If it really didn't work, he would follow what his master said in the book and suppress him with strength. He slowly opened the scroll in his hand and saw the words written on it. Dragon fruits are nurtured by the essence of every fire dragon that has passed away in the fire dragon clan. Every dragon fruit has extraordinary significance for the cultivation of the fire dragon clan. It seems that if one take this dragon fruit away, the fire dragon clan will risk their lives with me. Looking at the introduction on the scroll, Di Wuzheng fell into deep thought. He had learned spirit skills from Shao Chang Tian, and they were all single-target skills. It was still very strenuous for him. He did not know what this fellow had up his sleeves. At the thought of this, Di Wuzheng said to the clone of the Master of the Divine Court in front of him. "Hey, what's your plan then? How do you get your hands on the dragon fruit?" Seeing Di Wuzheng's reaction, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court also walked over with a smile. "This isn't the place to talk. The fire dragon might pass by at any time. Let's go to a safe place to talk." Di Wuzheng nodded in agreement when he heard the words of the clone. Then, his figure flashed and he left the mountain with the clone. Above the fire dragon king forbidden ground. A huge heaven chessboard was floating in the air, but no one noticed his existence. Fei and Mu Jiuhuang stood on the chessboard. Mu Jiuhuang said to Fei beside her. "Senior, why do one feel like that fellow doesn't have good intentions?" Di Wuzheng's situation. Before Mu Jiuhuang could finish, Fei waved his hand at him. "Don't worry, the show has just begun. We just have to continue watching." Hearing Fei's meaningful words, Mu Jiuhuang was also a little confused. Based on her many years of experience as an empress, she felt that the reason why the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court approached Di Wuzheng wasn't that simple. However, Alpha looked completely unworried, and Mu Jiuhuang didn't say anything. Li Wushuang tent. Nalan Yen had just finished tidying up her appearance and was about to head out to look for Li Wushuang. Suddenly, a red mist rose around the tent. Nalan Yen was caught off guard by this sudden change. Hurriedly mobilizing the true essence in his body, he was ready to respond at any time. At the same time, he shouted to the outside. Brother Wushuang. What a tempting little girl. Don't call me brother. No one outside can hear you. As a seductive voice sounded, a red mist covered the entire tent. Very quickly, Nalan Yen discovered that her surroundings had become empty, and everything that was originally in the tent had completely disappeared. The only thing that filled the surroundings was a red mist. Following that, the red fog slowly gathered in front of her, forming a figure. It was Mei Wu, who had followed the Heaven Demon sect master here. Are you the person beside the sect master? Nalan Yen looked at Mei Wu, her entire body filled with vigilance. She only felt that she had not done anything to let her down. She didn't understand why someone like Mei Wu would come looking for her. Are you talking about the Sky Demon? Strictly speaking, we're just partners. Besides, you don't have to worry. I'm here to give you an opportunity. Mei Wu's figure flashed and arrived in front of Nalan Yen. Nalan Yen was just about to make a move when he discovered that his body was already unable to move. Mei Wu's fingers caressed Nalan Yen's face, from top to bottom, her mouth still slowly smiling as she said. You're really a good seedling. If I had discovered you earlier, one might have taken you in as my disciple. However, it's not too late now. Let me ask you, do you want to obtain the strength of a God King and become a protector of my happy red pavilion? Mei Wu said slowly beside Nalan Yen's ear. Her voice seemed to have a kind of magical power, causing Nalan Yen, who was also a woman, to feel that she was so beautiful and moving. Chapter 310, Guardian Nalan Yen, 1. Chapter 310, Guardian Nalan Yen, 1. Li Wushuang tent. Nalan Yen looked at the charming dance in front of him. Under her enticement, Nalan Yen's eyes were filled with desire. All this time, Nalan Yen had always been by Li Wushuang's side in order to gain more strength. Now that there was a chance to advance to the godly king realm, how could she not be excited? It was just that the reputation of the happy red pavilion in the divine realm was somewhat divided. The cultivation techniques that happy red building cultivated were all bewitching techniques and illusionary techniques. Moreover, the progress of cultivation techniques had never depended on bitter cultivation. Instead, he absorbed the essence of powerful male cultivators to increase his strength. Thus, a portion of cultivators in the immortal realm were addicted to the gentle environment of the disciples of the delightful red brothel and madly supported the existence of delightful red brothel. There were also some cultivators who had their cultivation bases sucked away by the disciples of the happy red brothel after having a good time, viewing the happy red brothel as their enemy. However, Nalan Yen had never been a person who abided by the rules. Without much hesitation, she said to Mei Wu. Tower Lord, please accept my bow. As she spoke, Nalan Yen knelt down before Mei Wu. Yahaha, that's more like it. Mei Wu looked at Nalan Yen who was kneeling on the ground, her face full of smiles. Don't worry. From now on, you are the protector of my happy red pavilion. I will soon fulfill my promise to you. As she spoke, Mei Wu extended her hand and waved it, causing the surrounding red mist to gather on Nalan Yen's body. During the period when the red mist was injected, the aura on Nalan Yen's body also rose steadily, and very quickly, she reached the Divine King realm. Sensing the changes within her body, Nalan Yen had a face full of joy as she gave Mei Wu another big bow. Get up first. Mei Wu waved her hand at Nalan Yen who was in front of her. Following which, a bright light condensed on her finger and injected into Nalan Yen's glabella. This is a cultivation technique of my delightful red brothel. Cultivate it well in the future. Once you use this cultivation technique, the disciples of the delightful red brothel will know that you are their protector. Nalan Yen digested the cultivation method that Mei Wu had given her in her mind. She sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. After a while, Nalan Yen also slowly stood up from the ground. After cultivating the cultivation method of the delightful red pavilion, Nalan Yen looked even more charming. Thank you, Tower Lord, for bestowing me with the cultivation technique. After cultivating the cultivation method of the bright red pavilion, Nalan Yen felt that her current strength was no longer weaker than Li Wushuang's. It was time to kick away that man who was full of sperm every day. Nalan Yen thought in her heart. Following that, Mei Wu's voice was transmitted over. After you cultivate the cultivation method of my Yi Hong Pavilion, no matter where you are in the future, one will have a way to find you, so don't have any other thoughts about me. Mei Wu first gave Nalan Yen a warning before continuing. Your first task now is to stay by Li Wushuang's side and pay close attention to any news about the Lord of the Divine Court. If anything happens, report to me immediately, understand? Mei Wu's figure once again arrived at Nalan Yen, her hand lifting her face. As for Li Wushuang, Mei Wu was also surprised by him. Although that fellow's strength wasn't much, for some reason, he seemed to be very good at finding the Lord of the Divine Court. Now that he was under the protection of the Heaven Demon sect master, she could not do anything to him. Hence, Mei Wu found Nalan Yen, who was practically inseparable from him. After Nalan Yen heard Mei Wu's words, she was first stunned, then immediately reacted. Previously, she had also vaguely guessed that the beguiling ball's visit to her must have something to do with the Lord of the Divine Court. However, he didn't expect that he would ask her to pay attention to Li Wushuang. In other words, she still had to cater to him. Why? Is there a problem? Mei Wu saw that Nalan Yen did not respond for a long time and said to her again. No, Nalan Yen promises to complete the mission. Nalan Yen knew her current situation and immediately gave Mei Wu a guarantee. Alright, hurry up and execute it. After Nalan Yen agreed, Mei Wu once again spoke to her slowly. With this voice, everything in Li Wushuang's tent slowly returned to normal. Everything returned to how it was before, as if Mei Wu had never been here. And after Nalan Yen obtained the cultivation method of the Happy Red Pavilion, she also knew that it was an illusion technique that Mei Wu had cast. Seeing everything in the tent, Nalan Yen did not think too much about it. With a flash, she flew towards the entrance of the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. She was going to carry out her mission now. In a hall of the Heaven Demon sect. The sect master of the Heaven Demon sect sat on a chair in the center of the hall. On both sides of the hall, there were tables and chairs. The bald man sat on a chair and picked up a wine glass on the table. He took a sip, and his mouth twitched. What did that woman Mei Wu do? She's gone again. The Heaven Demon sect master looked at Baldy and said with a smile. Baldy, don't worry. She should be here by now. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant girl from the Heaven Demon sect walked out from the side. She picked up the wine pot on the Baldy's table and poured a cup into the Baldy's wine cup. At the same time, a faint voice sounded in the hall. Baldy, she's just a little girl. What's wrong with her? Mei Wu's figure slowly appeared in the hall as her voice sounded. Alright, since everyone is here, let's get down to business. The voice of the Heaven Demon sect master slowly sounded in the hall. After hearing the Heaven Demon sect master's words, the bald man sitting on the chair wanted to say something, but he did not say it. After all, how to capture the master of the Divine Court from the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground was their main business. Why don't you just say what you think? In the hall, the Heaven Demon sect master looked at Mei Wu and Baldy below and slowly said. Entering the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground is a small matter. One think we should find more people so that we have a greater chance of success. The bald man said slowly. He didn't want to lose his life without obtaining the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court. Yes, I think this is a feasible method. Moreover, one can sense that the disciple of my heaven demon sect who entered the Fire Dragon King's forbidden ground is still alive. Who knows what might happen in the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground? Moreover, we can use his position to reduce some casualties. The voice of the Heaven Demon sect master slowly spread throughout the hall. Mei Wu below also expressed that she had no objections. I have no objections. Alright, that's it. 1 foot 11 inches leave the search to Baldi. 3 days later, we'll gather at the entrance of the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground. After seeing that no one had any objections, the Heaven Demon sect master also distributed the various missions. Soon, a scheme against the Lord of the Divine Court began to unfold. In the hall, the Heaven Demon sect master looked at the departing Baldi and Mei Wu with a meaningful smile on his face. This time, no one could escape. The Heaven Demon sect master slowly said in his heart. Then, his figure disappeared from the hall. Chapter 311, Chapter 311, aren't they just some bugs? Chapter 311, aren't they just some bugs? Xiao Changtian's courtyard. After Xiao Changtian finished feeding the animals in the courtyard, he came to Mu Jiuhuang's side and said to her. How's Diwuzheng doing recently? Has he settled down a little? Show me the profound shadow stone. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Mu Jiuhuang also said to Xiao Changtian, Master, Diwuzheng has been doing well recently. He has already found the dragon fruit. As she spoke, Mu Jiuhuang also took out the dark shadow stone that Xiao Changtian had given her. After Xiao Changtian had instructed her to do so, she had used the profound shadow stone given by Xiao Changtian to record Diwuzheng's actions. However, Xiao Changtian had given her the profound shadow stone, so she couldn't see the portrait inside. No matter how much she poured her vital essence into it, the profound shadow stone did not react. This also made Mu Jiufeng very surprised. After giving the dark shadow stone to Xiao Changtian was the same as last time. He placed his hand on the profound shadow stone, and an image appeared in front of Xiao Changtian and Mu Jiuhuang. It seemed that his strength was still too weak. He had no way to activate the profound shadow stone that Master had made. Seeing the scene, Mu Jiuhuang understood that there was no problem with the dark shadow stone that Xiao Changtian gave him. It was because her strength was too low and she could not activate it at all. With this thought in mind, the scene displayed by the profound shadow stone was reflected in Mu Jiuhuang's eyes. This is Tian. On the screen, the true form of the clone of the Master of the Divine Court, who was talking to Di Wu on the mountain peak, was fully displayed. Wasn't this the appearance of an emperor? No wonder Senior Alpha told him not to worry when he was in the Fire Dragon King's forbidden land. But why would Tian go there? Tian, who was in the courtyard, also walked over when he heard Mu Jiuhuang's words. Were you the one who called me just now? Tian came to the side of Mu Jiuhuang and slowly spoke to her. Xiao Changtian stared at Tian. He also spoke to Mu Jiuhuang. It's not Tian. The one in this picture is Tian's younger brother. Diwu is with him, so I can rest assured. Previously, Tian's younger brother had come to her courtyard. It was just that Mu Jiuhuang didn't see him at that time. When Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he also saw himself in the picture. This was his other clone. No wonder Senior said that this was his younger brother. He had no idea where he was now. After that, Tian saw the scene in the picture. Was this the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground? The Ice Emperor had told him about this place a few days ago. It was here that the Ice Emperor had fallen. He did not know if his clone would be able to come out of this place alive. Each clone represented Tian's strength and luck. If he lost one, Tian would have to spend an unknown amount of time and resources to recover. Mu Jiuhuang listened to the conversation between Xiao Changtian and Tian. She seemed to understand a little and continued reading. Then, the scene changed and they saw the prairie of the Fire Dragon King's forbidden area. At this moment, the fire dragons had all transformed into their true forms, while the altar in the center of the grassland had transformed into branches, and the dragon fruit had landed on the branches. This. Mu Jiuhuang looked at the scene in front of her and looked at her eyes in disbelief. He finally understood that the dark shadow stone Xiao Changtian gave him had the ability to directly reflect his body. Xiao Changtian looked at the dragon fruit on the screen and nodded with satisfaction. Di Wuzheng, this brat, still had some awareness. He was finally back on the right track. With Di Tian's younger brother around, he wasn't too worried. After that, Xiao Changtian saw Di Tian mumbling to himself. Why would it be the day when the dragon fruit is picked? I'm afraid it'll be difficult for my clone to come out like this. The Fire Dragon clan had mobilized all their members to harvest the dragon fruit. It would not be easy for his clone to leave the Fire Dragon King's forbidden area. Harvests? Difficult? As Di Tian's voice was soft, Xiao Changtian could only hear some intermittent sounds. After that, when he saw the fire dragon in the picture, Xiao Changtian seemed to have understood something. He then spoke to Di Tian. Di Tian, there's no need to worry. They're just some small bugs. Di Wuzheng and the others can easily deal with them. Little reptile. When Di Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he didn't know how to react. What did Senior just say? That the dragon was a small insect. This was the first time Di Tian heard someone call the dragon in such a manner. Yeah, aren't they just some small worms? Xiao Changtian stared at the puzzled look on Di Tian's face as he pointed at the fire dragon in the picture. Wasn't this a small insect from his previous life? A pair of small wings. It was normal for them to be densely distributed in this kind of grassland. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian remembered the time when he was catching insects in the fields in his previous life. For a moment, he missed his old life. When he heard Xiao Changtian's words again, Di Tian had a dumbfounded look on his face. As expected, his horizons were still a little small. The Fire Dragon clan, which was known as the Forbidden Land of the Divine World, was only a small worm in front of his seniors. Although they were densely packed in the image, they looked like little bugs. However, as long as he released his holy sense to investigate, they were all fire dragons with extraordinary strength. Moreover, whatever Senior said just now, Di Wuzheng and the others casually took care of it. I'm relieved that Di Wuzheng is with him. That's right. With Senior's strength, it's easy for his disciples to defeat the Fire Dragon King. He was too narrow-minded. Moreover, it seemed that Senior had asked his disciple to help his clone. He didn't expect Senior to take such good care of him. He couldn't disappoint him, right? He had to keep up with the Senior's thinking realm. When the time came, if the Senior had anything to say, he would be able to talk to him. As he thought of this in his heart, Di Tian also spoke to Xiao Changtian, Senior, you're right. They're just small insects, what's there to worry about? As he spoke, Di Tian felt as though he had returned to the peak of the divine court. At that time, he was also the ruler of the divine world. He understood now. Senior was telling him not to forget his original intentions. As for Xiao Changtian, he saw how Di Tian spoke of such a normal matter with such seriousness. He also felt a little strange, but he still replied to Di Tian. Yes, they're together now. We don't have to worry about anything. We'll just wait for them to come back. After that, Xiao Changtian lay down on his rocking chair and prepared to rest. Di Tian saw that Xiao Changtian was preparing to rest. He also bid farewell to him and returned to his room. It was as if Di Wuzheng would return with his clone in a few days. Mu Jiuhuang listened to their conversation without interrupting. Her heart was already filled with shock. She had experienced the strength of those fire dragons before. In the eyes of his master and Di Tian, he was just a small worm. As expected, the world of a big shot wasn't something that he could comprehend at his current level. It seemed that he had to cultivate more. Otherwise, it would not be good if his master looked down on him one day and chased him away. Chapter 312, Chapter 312, Gale War Emperor and Rose Star, 1. Chapter 312, Gale War Emperor and Rose Star, 1. Not far from the entrance of the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground, Li Wushuang and Chu Yuanshan led a group of heavenly demonic sect disciples to hide in the forest, paying attention to the changes at the entrance of the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. After observing for a few days, there was no sign of anyone, but he heard quite a few dragon roars. This made Li Wushuang and the others extremely nervous. They were afraid that a fire dragon would suddenly fly out and swallow them. Brother Wushuang, how is it? Have you found the master of the divine court? Nalan Yen stood beside Li Wushuang and spoke to him in a sweet voice. No, I think that the lord of the divine court is most likely trapped inside and can't come out. However, Bao, you've become more and more beautiful recently. Although she didn't know why, Li Wushuang noticed that Nalan Yen had become even more charming after arriving at the entrance of the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. The aura on her body also became thicker. When she was beside her, she could even smell an intoxicating fragrance. In Li Wushuang's eyes, Nalan Yen was becoming more and more perfect. Didn't you find it? Nalan Yen looked at Li Wushuang and thought to herself. Then, she walked to her side and said, Brother Wushuang, why don't you go in and investigate? Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if that master of the divine court died inside. Back then, you said that you were going to become the lord of the divine court. When Li Wushuang heard Nalan Yan's words, her expression became a little awkward. Looking around, it was fortunate that Nalan Yan's words had not been heard by the Heaven Demon Sect's disciples. Otherwise, even if he had a few lives, it would not be enough for the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master to kill him. Although a trace of fear flashed through her heart, Li Wushuang still patted her chest. Bao, let's be anxious first. The sect master and the others are going to enter the forbidden area today. At that time, we don't need to follow behind them. Let them help us deal with the Fire Dragon clan while we reap the benefits and take the Lord of the Divine Court away. Li Wushuang whispered into Nalan Yan's ear. When he went to find the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master, he had already had this thought in his heart. Under Nalan Yan's guidance, Li Wushuang naturally revealed her thoughts without reservation. A few days ago, when they were looking for someone in the bamboo forest, Li Wushuang had asked the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect to slack off. One was to obtain their bribes in exchange for Nalan Yan's happiness. The second was to give the Lord of the Divine Court the opportunity to enter the Fire Dragon King's Forbidden Ground. When they arrived at the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground, they would have to rely on their own abilities to capture the Lord of the Divine Court. At that time, the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master and the others would also be too busy to take care of themselves and would not be able to pay attention to him at all. Hearing Li Wushuang's words, Nalan Yan's eyes flashed with a bright light. Although this Li Wushuang was a bit lecherous, she was still quite smart at times. With this thought in mind, Nalan Yan turned to Li Wushuang and said sweetly, Brother Wushuang, why didn't you tell me such a big thing? What else are you hiding from me? You don't trust him so much. Did he do something wrong? As she spoke, Nalan Yan even used her hand to rub her own eyes, looking extremely sad. Seeing Nalan Yan like this, Li Wushuang's mind stopped working. She hugged Nalan Yan and slowly said, I just wanted to give you a surprise. Bao, don't worry. If there's anything in the future, Brother Wushuang will tell you first. Listening to Li Wushuang's comforting words, Nalan Yan's mouth flashed with a faint smile, and then she broke free from Li Wushuang's embrace. All right then. Nalan Yan said slowly to Li Wushuang. Then, a bright light flashed in the sky. Following that, the figures of the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master and Baldi appeared in the sky above them. Seeing the appearance of the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master, Li Wushuang quickly led the disciples over. Greetings, sect master. The Heaven Demon Sect's disciple bowed to the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master. Then, the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master's voice slowly sounded from the sky. Li Wushuang, how is it? Did you find anything these days? Li Wushuang hurried forward and said respectfully. Sect master, there has been no abnormality at the entrance these few days. I think the master of the divine court might have been trapped inside. Upon hearing Li Wushuang's words, the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master nodded as if this result was not out of his expectations. Then, Baldy, who was beside him, said to the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master. Sky Demon, let's quickly investigate the situation in this forbidden area and then enter. The bald man didn't have any hope that Li Wushuang and the others would discover the master of the divine court. Then we'll wait for the two fellow Taoists you mentioned to come. Then we'll go in and investigate. The Heaven Demon Sect's sect master nodded in response to Baldy's words. Then, two figures appeared in front of the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master. Heavenly Devil Sect Master, I'm sorry that it's a little late. One hope that you can take care of me during this trip to the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. In front of the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master, a handsome man in a green battle robe and holding a halberd cupped his fists and said to the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master. Isn't this the famous Fierce Wind War Emperor in the divinity? The Heaven Demon Sect looked at the handsome man in front of him and replied with a smile. The Fierce Wind War Emperor in front of him was a famous big shot in the divinity a few decades ago. Different from the other immortal cultivators, it was rumored that the Fierce Wind War Emperor had no sect, and his cultivation base was entirely based on the resources he seized. At that time, he was already at the peak of the Divine King realm. However, a few decades ago, Fierce Wind War Emperor suddenly disappeared. Some people said that he had too many enemies and had been killed, while others said that he was imprisoned. But now, it seemed that the Fierce Wind War Emperor had gone into seclusion when he disappeared. His current strength had also reached the Divine Emperor realm. Beside the Fierce Wind War Emperor, there was a man in a purple robe with a dark red rose on his chest. He said to the Heavenly Demon Sect Master. Rose Star greets the Devil Sect Master. So it's fellow Taoist Rose. Welcome, welcome. When he saw Rose Star, the Heavenly Demon Sect Master also responded with a smile. Like Gale War Emperor, Rose Star was also a famous figure in the divinity. Rumor had it that he had been immersed in the Tao of poison for many years and had already reached the acme of perfection in his poison techniques. Moreover, the power under him was similar to Mei Wu's Happy Red Pavilion. They were both overlords of a domain in the divine realm. Hence, Mei Wu smiled at Rose Star and said, Fellow Taoist Rose, long time no see. I didn't expect you to come. Fellow Taoist Mei Wu must be joking. How could we give up such an opportunity? Rose Star also replied with a smile. Soon, after everyone introduced themselves, the Heaven Demon Sect Master slowly said. Fellow Taoists, since everyone is here, let us begin. Chapter 313, Chapter 313, It's Time to End It, 1. Chapter 313, It's Time to End It, 1. Outside the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. The leader of the Heavenly Demonic Sect, Mei Wu, Baldy, Gale War Emperor, and Rose Star stood side by side. Beneath their feet were huge Xian boats. Countless disciples injected their true essence into the Xian boats. An energy shield was set up around the Xian Zhou to hide their auras. Right now, we don't know what the situation inside the forbidden area is like. Everyone, who is willing to go in and investigate first? The Heaven Demon Sect Master looked at the flame vortex in front of him and slowly said to the other four. Hearing the Heaven Demon Sect Master's words, the other four people looked at each other and did not respond. No one was willing to be the first to do so. What if they were surrounded by a group of fire dragons when they entered? When the Heaven Demon Sect Master saw that Baldy and the others did not respond for a long time, he smiled and said to them. Since no one is willing to be the vanguard, let me go in and investigate. Hearing the heaven demon sect master's words, Baldy and the other three also cupped their fists at the heaven demon sect master. Thank you, fellow Taoist sky fiend. The reason why they were willing to take the risk to go to the fire dragon forbidden ground to find the master of the divine court was that the strength of the heaven demon sect master had reached the godly emperor realm. With him around, even if they encountered the fire dragon king, they could rely on their trump cards to not be killed. Not long after, the heaven demon sect master's figure flashed and stepped into the flame vortex. After the heaven demon sect master entered the fire dragon king forbidden ground, Baldy and the others also said to their disciples, "Cheer up and prepare to enter the forbidden area at any time." As soon as Baldy and the others finished speaking, the light on the Xian ship behind them lit up a little, as if it was ready to charge at any moment. In the Fire Dragon King forbidden area, after the leader of the heavenly demon sect entered the forbidden area, he stood in the air. His body rippled with black vital essence, hiding his aura. Looking at the empty land in front of him, the interspatial ring on his hand flashed, and a special bamboo tube appeared in his hand. He injected his black true essence into it, and black butterflies flew out of the bamboo tube one after another. Go, it's time to wrap things up. The heaven demon sect master looked at the butterfly in front of him and said slowly. Then, in a flash, he arrived in front of the fire vortex again and walked out. A mountain peak in the Fire Dragon King's forbidden area. Huang Tian, you said that today is the best day to pick the dragon fruit. According to the plan, should we take action? Diwu was standing on the mountain peak, looking at the dragon fruit in the center of the prairie. He said slowly to the clone of the master of the divine court beside him. According to the result of the discussion between the clone of the master of the divine court and him, the clone of the master of the divine court would use a spatial secret skill to help him instantly arrive near the dragon fruit. After obtaining the dragon fruit, the clone of the master of the divine court used a secret technique to bring him over. As the ripening of dragon fruits was the biggest event of the Fire Dragon clan, the fire dragons would gather around the dragon fruits. The defense outside would be relatively empty. At that time, Di Wuzheng would only need to follow the escape route that the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court had designed in advance. After the matter was settled, Di Wuzheng only needed to help the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court do one thing. Yes, we're here. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at Di Wuzheng beside him and replied slowly. Now is not the best time. We have to wait. As he spoke, the clone seemed to be waiting for something. His eyes looked behind him from time to time. Then, a black butterfly flew over from behind Di Wuzheng and the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. Slowly, the black butterfly landed on the shoulder of the clone. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court led it to his finger and felt the information he sent over. Finally, all of them are here. The four God Emperor realm experts really think highly of themselves. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court felt the information from the butterfly and sighed with emotion. Huang Tian, what are you talking about? Di Wuzheng couldn't help but ask when he saw the clone of the Master of the Divine Court staring at the butterfly in his hand in a daze. No, get ready. We can start soon. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court closed his palms, and the black butterfly disappeared into his palm. He said slowly to Di Wuzheng. On the other side, at the entrance of the Fire Dragon King's forbidden ground, the figure of the Heaven Demon sect master appeared again. When they saw the Heaven Demon sect master, Baldy and the other three quickly went up to him and said, "Fellow Taoist Sky Fiend, what's going on inside?" The Heaven Demon sect master looked at the four people in front of him and said with a smile. "Fellow Taoists, I've checked. There are no fire dragons at the entrance, so we can go in without worry." Hearing that there were no fire dragons guarding the entrance, Baldy and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were not very clear about the habits of the fire dragon race. Following that, Mei Wu said, "Brother Tianma, do you know where those fire dragons went?" Mei Wu felt that it was a little strange that there was no fire dragon handle at the entrance. "I don't know. I didn't investigate deeply. The sect leader of the Heaven Demons sect shook his head and replied when he heard this. I think the Lord of the Divine Court saw that there was no fire dragon at the entrance, so he hid nearby and didn't come out. We'll go in. As long as we don't go too deep, we'll be able to come out after finding the Lord of the Divine Court. As for the fire dragon, they're not here, so we won't go too deep and disturb them. Fierce Wind War Emperor said slowly after hearing Mei Wu's words. I think this suggestion is good. Let's implement it now. After the Grand Master of the Heavenly Demonic Sect heard the words of the Fierce Wind War Emperor, he nodded slowly. Then, his figure flashed and he led the way. After the Sect Master of the Heavenly Demonic Sect entered the fire whirlpool again, the Fierce Wind War Emperor immediately followed. The others also looked at each other and said to the disciples behind them. Follow me. They had come here today to find the Lord of the Divine Court. They had planned for so long, but there was no reason for them to retreat. Soon, rows of Xian boats advanced side by side and entered the flame vortex in a mighty manner. While the Heaven Demon sect master and the others were taking action, in the prairie of the Fire Dragon King's forbidden ground. A powerful dragon's might descended, and a fire dragon that was several times larger than the other fire dragons appeared in the sky above the grassland. As soon as the fire dragon appeared, a flaming crown could be seen on its forehead. It was the king of the fire dragon race, the Fire Dragon King. The Fire Dragon King hovered in the sky and landed on the altar in the center of the grassland. After he appeared, the fire dragons below lowered their heads and crouched on the ground to welcome their king. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at the dragon fruit in the center of the prairie and said slowly to Di Wuzheng. Little brother, the time is coming. Get ready, we're going to attack. While the clone of the Master of the Divine Court was speaking, Di Wuzheng was also staring at the dragon fruit on the altar with anticipation in his eyes. Chapter 314, Chapter 314, Isn't it just one dragon fruit? Is there a need? Chapter 314, Isn't it just one dragon fruit? Is there a need? On the prairie of the Fire Dragon King's forbidden land, the Fire Dragon King stood on the altar and looked at the dragon fruit in front of him. He sniffed the scent of the dragon fruit, and his face was filled with infatuation. The fire dragons around him had the same expression as the Fire Dragon King. They were filled with infatuation. Under the influence of the dragon fruit's aura, the aura of each fire dragon was rising. At the same time, a jade plate appeared in the hands of the clone of the Master of the Divine Court on the mountain peak. Little brother, you know that you only have one chance. Once you get the dragon fruit, run away according to the route we discussed beforehand, understand? When Di Wuzheng heard that the clone of the Master of the Divine Court was going to attack, he quickly nodded. No matter what Huang Tian's purpose was, as long as he got the dragon fruit, he could talk about the rest later. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at Di Wuzheng. The true essence in his body slowly gathered and then poured into the jade plate. This was one of the spirit tools that he had used to dominate the divine realm back then. This jade plate was a powerful spatial spirit tool. Being able to travel freely within a certain space, according to the original plan, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court planned to snatch the dragon fruit alone. However, there was a possibility of a lack of primeval essence, and the risk factor was relatively high. With Di Wuzheng, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court tricked Di Wuzheng into taking the dragon fruit. In this way, he could focus on using the jade plate, and the success rate would be higher. The danger factor would also be greatly reduced. As the true essence of the Divine Court Master's clone was injected, the jade plate also flickered with silver light. Then, the silver light enveloped Di Wuzheng. Clear and bright heaven and earth, stellar transposition, space-time disk, activate. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court muttered something, and the silver light on the jade plate reached its brightest. After the silver light wrapped around Di Wuzheng, he felt the surrounding spatial power gather on his body. With a flash, he appeared on the altar in the center of the prairie. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King was immersed in the aura of the dragon fruit. When he saw Di Wuzheng suddenly appear in his eyes, he did not react in time. And in the blink of an eye, it was the Fire Dragon King who was harmless to humans and animals. Then, the space ring on his hand flashed, and the dragon fruit was absorbed into it. Seeing the dragon fruit disappear, the Fire Dragon King quickly reacted. He roared angrily and his huge dragon palm was about to hit Di Wuzheng. At this moment, Di Wuzheng was once again enveloped by the silver light, and his figure disappeared once again. Bang! The Fire Dragon King's palm missed and hit the altar with a loud bang. At the same time, after the surrounding fire dragons sensed that the dragon fruit's aura had disappeared, they let out angry dragon roars one after another. Following that, the Fire Dragon King released his spiritual consciousness. The Fire Dragon King, who had the cultivation base of a godly emperor, quickly discovered the source of the spatial fluctuation. Looking at a mountain peak in the distance, he said to the fire dragons, "Damned human, you stole my race's sacred item." As soon as the Fire Dragon King finished speaking, a fire dragon flapped its wings and flew up from the ground, flying toward the mountain where the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the others were. At the peak of the mountain, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court was sweating profusely. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of energy to use the spacetime disc just now. Looking at Di Wuzheng and the spatial ring in his hand, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court revealed a hint of joy. Then, he said to Di Wuzheng, "Little brother, according to the original plan, quickly take the dragon fruit and leave." When Di Wuzheng heard the words of the Lord of the Divine Court's clone, he also cupped his fists at him. Then, his figure flashed and he fled. Although he was not afraid of those fire dragons, he had already obtained the dragon fruit. He would not fight if he could. Moreover, he had yet to figure out what the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court was up to. After Di Wuzheng left, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at the fire dragon race that was flying towards him at high speed. The plan has finally succeeded. Next, we'll have to bear the anger of the Fire Dragon clan. The clone of the Lord of the Divine Court said. Then, he injected his true essence into the spacetime disc again. His body was wrapped in silver light and disappeared. The moment the clone disappeared, a dragon claw slapped the mountain they were on. Looking at the shattered mountain in front of him, the fire dragon did not sense the aura of the dragon fruit. Looking in the direction Di Wuzheng had just left, he said to his fire dragon companions behind him, "They can't run far. Continue chasing." As it roared, the fire dragon flapped its wings again and flew in the direction where Di Wuzheng had left. On the other side, the Heaven Demon sect master and the others entered the Fire Dragon King's forbidden ground. As expected, they did not encounter a fire dragon. Following that, under the arrangement of Baldi and the others, their disciples began to search from the periphery. Baldi and the other three also joined the search, wanting to find the Lord of the Divine Court as soon as possible. To them, the longer they stayed in the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground, the more danger they would be in. After searching for a while without any results, Baldi heard a dragon roar coming from the depths. He could not help but come to the side of the Heaven Demon sect master and said to him worriedly, "Sky Demon, did you feel the dragon roar coming from the depths of the Forbidden Land? It sounds a little angry." Hearing Baldi's words, the Heaven Demon sect master also smiled and slowly said, "Baldi, one think you're being too cautious. It's true that there was a dragon's roar, but you're just overthinking things. Moreover, isn't it normal for the Fire Dragon King's forbidden ground to have dragon roars? When we were outside, we often heard them." When Baldi heard the Heaven Demon sect master's words, he slowly nodded. He also felt that he was too sensitive. Then, his figure flashed and appeared above a group of disciples. He said to them, "Search carefully. If I find anyone slacking off, I'll feed them to the dragons." Hearing the bald man's words, the disciples shivered and began to search in earnest. As for the Heaven Demon sect master, he looked at Baldy and the people below him, and an imperceptible smile appeared on his face. On the other side, Diwu was running toward the exit of the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground with the dragon fruit. Looking at the fire dragons chasing after him relentlessly, Di Wuzheng could not help but complain. Isn't it just a dragon fruit? As he spoke, a few fire cannonballs flew past Di Wuzheng, blasting the surrounding boulders into pieces. Human, stay here. You can't run away. A fire dragon roared angrily when it saw that its attacks missed every time. Slowly, Di Wuzheng was also about to exit. At this moment, a Heaven Demon sect disciple who was searching for the master of the divine court saw Di Wuzheng's figure. He could not help but say to the Heaven Demon sect disciples beside him. Didn't the sect master and the others come to search below? Why is he flying in the air? Before the other Heaven Demon sect disciples could answer, this Heaven Demon sect disciple saw the other Heaven Demon sect disciples' terrified expressions and pointed ahead. Chapter 315, Chapter 315, One of the 10 Great Generals of the Divine. Chapter 315, One of the 10 Great Generals of the Divine. Court, the Demon Impressal _I. Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. The Heaven Demon sect disciple looked in the direction the other Heaven Demon sect disciples were pointing at. His originally calm expression was filled with fear. It's the fire dragon. The fire dragon is coming. As the Heaven Demon sect disciple finished speaking, Di Wuzheng flew over them. Looking at the group of people in front of him, Di Wuzheng heaved a sigh of relief and clutched his chest. I finally saw my accomplices. There are also humans who dare to enter the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Land. As Diwu was speaking, the fire dragon chasing after him was also killing the Heaven Demon sect disciple from earlier. The Fire Dragon King took the lead and looked at the Heaven Demon sect master and the others in front of him. His eyes were filled with anger. So it was a premeditated action by humans. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. My clansmen, kill all these bandits. The Fire Dragon King's furious voice sounded in the air. Following that, the Fire Dragon race attacked the Heavenly Demon sect, Yi Honglu, and the other disciples. When the Fire Dragon King appeared, Baldy and the others also sensed his presence. Feeling the Emperor God's pressure from the Fire Dragon King, Baldy, Fierce Wind War Emperor, Mei Wu, and Rose Star came to the side of the Heavenly Demon sect master. What's going on with this Fire Dragon clan? Why did they all suddenly come out? Baldy said solemnly as he watched his disciples suffer from the continuous casualties of the Fire Dragon race's attacks. Sky Demon, what should we do? Mei Wu looked at the Heaven Demon sect master beside her and said solemnly. The gathering of the Heaven Demon sect master and the rest naturally attracted the Fire Dragon King's attention. How could he not know that these were the 5 strongest humans here? The flaming wings on his body flapped, and a huge flaming palm attacked the Heaven Demon sect master and the others. Looking at the huge flaming palm that was attacking him, a smile flashed across the Heaven Demon sect master's face. Everyone, stay here forever. When he heard that the bald man was the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect, the 4 of them didn't understand what he meant. Then, they saw the Heaven Demon sect master's figure flash and disappear on the spot. They wanted to leave with him, but they realized that they had been surrounded by a black aura. Sky Demon, what are you doing? The bald man felt the changes in his body and couldn't help but curse. Following that, the Fire Dragon King's huge flaming palm arrived in an instant. The situation before them did not allow them to dodge. Under the circumstances, Baldy and the others also used their own divine powers to resist the giant flaming palm. Secret Technique, Thunder Blast. Yin Yang Codex, Death of the Succubus. Breath of Gale, Death Kill. Rose Festival, Poison Aura. Bang! Baldy and the others' divine arts collided with the flaming palm, creating a huge wave. Cough! Cough. Cough. After a collision, Baldy and the other three clutched their chests. They looked at the Heaven Demon sect master, who was already at the exit, and their eyes were filled with anger. By now, how could they not understand that this demon had deliberately brought them to the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground? In other words, the capture of the Lord of the Divine Court was a trap in itself. After losing the Heaven Demon sect master, an Emperor God, there was an even more terrifying Emperor God, the Fire Dragon King, in front of them. Baldy and the other three looked at each other and slowly said, "We can't stay here for long. We'll settle the score with him when we get out." After hearing Baldy's words, the four of them also fled toward the exit. When the Heaven Demon sect master saw their actions, a smile appeared on his face. Black true essence gushed out. He stood in front of his chest with one hand, and his eyes were already covered by black true essence. "I said, you guys can stay here forever. Demonize the world." For today's plan, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his Heaven Demon sect disciples. How could he let Baldy and the others leave? As the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect finished speaking, black true essence quickly covered the entire exit, forming a huge array formation there. Then, the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect turned into black true essence and gathered at the exit. Following the actions of the Heaven Demon sect master, the hope of Baldy and the others leaving the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground was completely extinguished. At this time, the Fire Dragon King was already immersed in the anger of the humans stealing their dragon fruits. He would not care about the internal strife of the Heaven Demon sect master and the others. The flaming wings on his body flapped once more, and he appeared above Baldy and the others. Then, a huge fireball began to condense in the Fire Dragon King's mouth. "Human, die." After the fireballs were formed, the Fire Dragon King's wings were fully opened. Baldy and the others felt the Fire Dragon King lock onto them once again. Immediately after, the fireball attacked them. Feeling the Fire Dragon King's fury on the fireball, Baldy and the others hurriedly used their divine powers again, preparing to resist. Bang! With another collision, Baldy and the others spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched their chests. Looking at the exit of the Heaven Demon sect leader, he said angrily in confusion. "Sky Demon, we don't have any grudges, right? Why? Fine, I'll let you die knowing. You want to seize his lord's luck, why do you say so? Those who conspire to steal my lord's luck will die." At the exit, the voice of the Heaven Demon sect master slowly sounded. "Master?" Baldy and the others were a little confused when they heard the Heaven Demon sect master's words. Then, Mei Wu seemed to have thought of something. "Sky Demon, you are." "That's right. On the surface, I look like the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect, but I have another name. One of the 10 great generals of the Divine Court, the Demon Emperor." The loud voice of the Heaven Demon sect master entered the ears of Baldy and the others. They could sense the pride in the Heaven Demon sect master's heart when he said this. After the black-robed God Emperor spread the news of the Master of the Divine Court, the Heaven Demon sect master and the clone of the Master of the Divine Court had been planning for today. After discussing this plan, they planned to kill Baldy and the others who coveted the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court here today. He wanted to give those restless old fellows in the Divine Realm a warning. At the same time, he wanted to find more avatars to inquire about the main body. "I see." Baldy and the other three were fighting the Fire Dragon King on one side. After hearing the words of the Heaven Demon sect master, they also knew that it was impossible for them to escape today. They also knew that they were already in the trap from the beginning. "Sky Demon, I admit that we all fell into your trap. However, it won't be that easy to kill us with the help of the Fire Dragon King." Fierce Wind War Emperor looked at the exit. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes as he fought with Fire Dragon King. "Human, hand over the dragon fruit. Otherwise, we won't rest until one of us dies." The Fire Dragon King's attack forced Baldy and the other three to retreat. Then, He faced the sky and roared. In a short while, 8 fire dragons with the strength of a god emperor surrounded the 4 of them. They were happy that the Heaven Demon sect master had helped them seal the exit. Naturally, they would not attack him first. When Baldi saw that the fire dragon race had twice the strength of his own side and there was also a fire dragon king, his expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 316, Chapter 316:1 Got it, I've been schemed against, 1. Chapter 316:1 Got it, I've been schemed against, 1. Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. The bald man and the other 3 looked at the Fire Dragon King and the Fire Dragon beside him in the air. The 4 of them stood back to back and looked around. Dragon Fruit? After hearing Fire Dragon King's words, Fierce Wind Battle Emperor and the others also understood. Why was the Fire Dragon clan so angry at them? It turned out that their sacred artifact had been taken away. Without thinking, they also knew that this was the doing of the Heaven Demon sect master. Stop pretending to be crazy. Human, 1 foot 11 inches, give you one last chance. Hand over the dragon fruit voluntarily. Otherwise, die. The Fire Dragon King looked at the 4 people in front of him, and his imposing voice rang out once again. After the fight, the Fire Dragon King slowly regained his senses. He wanted to take back the dragon fruit by exerting pressure. This way, he would not have to worry about hurting the dragon fruit in the fight. Mei Wu's eyes kept flashing below, trying to find out who had taken the dragon fruit. While Mei Wu was searching, the Fire Dragon King and the others saw that the bald man and the other 3 had no intention of handing over the dragon fruit. The Fire Dragon King was also furious. He let out a furious roar and said to the other fire dragons, "Destroy them." As the Fire Dragon King's voice fell, 9 auras, including the Fire Dragon King's, locked onto Baldi and the others. At the same time, huge fireballs started to condense in their mouths, shooting at Baldi and the others. Fire Dragon King, we really didn't. Baldi looked at the fireball that was about to attack him and wanted to give a final explanation. However, the fireball had already arrived in front of them and swallowed them in an instant. Bang! Under the attack of the Fire Dragon clan, Baldi and the others didn't even have the time to scream. His aura completely dissipated in this world. As the flames dissipated, the Fire Dragon King looked at the void in front of him and sensed the aura of the dragon fruit. Even though they had just destroyed the dragon fruit, they should be able to feel its aura. However, there was no aura now, which meant that the dragon fruit was not with the 4 of them. Then, the Fire Dragon King looked at the Heaven Demon sect master at the exit. Right now, other than the Fire Dragon clan, he was the strongest. After Baldi and the others were killed by the Fire Dragon King and the others, the Heaven Demon sect master at the exit let out a hearty laugh. The black true essence slowly dissipated at the entrance. Then, the figure of the Heaven Demon sect master reappeared in midair. The dragon fruit is with you. Although you don't know why you helped us just now, as long as you hand it over, we can spare your life. The Fire Dragon King looked at the Heaven Demon sect master in front of him and said slowly. He also knew that the Heaven Demon sect master was at the godly emperor realm like him. When they fought, they were not someone that those few fellows could compare to. After hearing the Fire Dragon King's words, the Heaven Demon sect master spread his hands and said to the Fire Dragon King, "Would you believe me if one told you that the dragon fruit is not with me?" "Human, what do you mean?" The Fire Dragon King said angrily when he heard the words of the Heaven Demon sect master. Although he saw Di Wuzheng on the altar just now, he could not feel any aura from Di Wuzheng at that time. No matter how he looked at it, he was just a tool. If the dragon fruit was still with him, he would be hunted down by his subordinates. According to his understanding of humans, they were all greedy. The person in front of him was the strongest among them. Would he hand over the dragon fruit relic to others? While the Fire Dragon King and the Heaven Demon Sect Master were confronting each other, a silver light flashed beside the Heaven Demon Sect Master. Then, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court appeared beside the Heaven Demon Sect Master. When the Heaven Demon Sect Master saw the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court, he bowed to him and slowly said, "My lord." The avatar of the Divine Court Master looked at the Heaven Demon Sect Master in front of him and nodded at him. Then, he said to the Fire Dragon King, "Respected Fire Dragon King, we have no intention of taking your dragon fruit. I'll return it to you now." The clone of the Master of the Divine Court also knew how precious the dragon fruit was, but he had to be alive to take it. "Demon Empress, the dragon fruit is with that little disciple of your Heaven Demon Sect. Find him." After informing the Fire Dragon King, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court said to the Sect Master of the Heaven Demon Sect beside him. He remembered that when Di Wuzheng entered the Forbidden Area, he was not only wearing the Heaven Demon Sect's uniform, but he also had the Heaven Demon Sect Disciple's token. The Heaven Demon Sect Master slowly nodded when he heard the words of the Divine Court Master's clone. According to their plan, they planned to return the dragon fruit after killing Baldi and the others, appease the Fire Dragon clan's anger, and then leave. It would be best if they left peacefully. Even if the Fire Dragon race didn't allow them to leave in the end, the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court would use the spacetime disk to move this place. After taking back the dragon fruit, the Fire Dragon King and the others would not chase them to the periphery. Ever since the entrance was sealed, the Heaven Demon Sect Master had been paying close attention to the location of the token on Di Wuzheng's body. The true essence on his body gathered. The Heaven Demon Sect Master closed his eyes and used his spirit skill. In the crowd below, Di Wuzheng's Heaven Demon Sect token lit up when the Heaven Demon Sect Master used his spirit skill. "I understand. I've been schemed against." Di Wu was looking at the token that lit up on his body. He casually threw him on the ground and prepared to leave. At this moment, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court in the sky also saw him and slowly said to him, "Little brother, you promised to help us do one thing. Return the dragon fruit to them. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave today." Di Wu looked at the smiling face of the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and knew that he had been tricked. She was also very unhappy in her heart and said to him, "Huang Tian, you said that the dragon fruit is mine." Then, Di Wu, who was also the Fire Dragon King in the sky, said, "If you want the dragon fruit, come and get it yourself." When the Fire Dragon King saw Di Wuzheng's face again, his eyes burned with rage. It was this person who had taken the dragon fruit away from him just now. It was simply a great humiliation. With a roar, he was about to attack Di Wuzheng. The disciples of the other sects looked at Di Wuzheng as if he was an idiot. Although they did not know what was happening in the sky, they knew that the Fire Dragon race was slaughtering them. It would be great if the Fire Dragon did not take the initiative to look for him. He even took the initiative to provoke them, and even provoked the most powerful Fire Dragon King. Was this guy brainless? At this moment, everyone looked at Di Wuzheng with the same thought in their hearts. When the clone of the Master of the Divine Court saw Di Wuzheng's actions, he was also stunned. Then, he said to him, "Little brother, don't joke around." No, I'm sorry. After we get out, you can choose any cultivation technique from the Heaven Demon Sect. Hurry up and return the dragon fruit to them." Although the clone of the Master of the Divine Court knew that Di Wuzheng's talent and strength were not bad, his strength was not to the extent that he could contend with the Fire Dragon King. As he spoke, the clone of the head of the Divine Court even gave the Heaven Demon Sect Master a look. Chapter 317, Chapter 317, Sword Slash Through the Air, 1. Chapter 317, Sword Slash Through the Air, 1. Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. In midair, the Heaven Demon Sect Master saw the clone of the Master of the Divine Court give him a look. He also understood the meaning of the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court. His lord wanted him to persuade his disciples. The Heaven Demon Sect's sect master looked at Di Wuzheng. Although Di Wuzheng was wearing the Heaven Demon Sect's uniform, his face was very unfamiliar. The Heaven Demon Sect's sect master did not remember that there was such a person in his Heaven Demon Sect. Although he was thinking this way, the sect master of the sect said to Di Wuzheng, "You're also a disciple of my Heaven Demon Sect. Is this the time for you to mess around? Hurry up and return the dragon fruit to the other party. Otherwise, you'll be punished by the clan." The words of the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master were like wind in Di Wuzheng's ears. Di Wuzheng directly ignored him. The Fire Dragon King, who was in midair, was now filled with anger. He looked at Di Wu and had no intention of handing over the dragon fruit. With a furious roar, a fireball flew towards Di Wuzheng. "Human, die." The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at the Fire Dragon King attacking Di Wuzheng and became anxious. He looked at Di Wuzheng and said, "Little brother, what's going on? Are you going to disobey even the sect master's words?" "Who is my sect master?" Di Wuzheng didn't pay attention to the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court. He looked at the incoming fireball and dodged it. At the same time, Di Wuzheng also took off his Heaven Demon Sect's clothes and changed into his original clothes. He had originally thought that this dress could reduce some unnecessary trouble for him, but he did not expect it to become his biggest problem in the end. Bang! The fireball smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. At this moment, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court also arrived beside the sect master of the Heaven Demon Sect. He slowly said to him, "Demon Emperor, this is a disciple of your sect, right? I see that his talent is not bad. It would be a pity if he died here." When the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master heard the words of the Divine Court Master's clone, he was a little hesitant. "Sect Master, to be honest, one don't know if this little guy is a disciple of my Heaven Demon Sect." Although Di Wuzheng had the Heaven Demon Sect disciple's token on him, the aura on his body was different from that of the Heaven Demon Sect. Moreover, since the clone of the Master of the Divine Court had said that his talent was not bad, it was impossible for the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master, who was a talented disciple in the sect, not to know. While the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master was deep in thought, the Fire Dragon King in midair was completely enraged by Di Wuzheng. He let out another deafening roar and flew towards Di Wuzheng. Seeing the Fire Dragon King's anger, the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master did not think too much about it. He pulled the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court and said to him, "Master, it's dangerous." Then, the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master flew to the side with the clone of the Divine Court Master. In the perception of the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master, even when he was dealing with Baldi and the others just now, he could sense that the Heaven Demon Sect's sect master had already been defeated. The Fire Dragon King was not so angry. The true essence condensed from his body was already a little stronger than his own. When the fire dragons below saw their king getting angry, they let out a roar and stopped attacking the disciples of the various sections. Instead, he lay on the ground and waited for the Fire Dragon King to give his orders. The disciples of those sects felt the destructive aura coming from the sky and saw the actions of the surrounding fire dragons. They also trembled on the ground, afraid that the Fire Dragon King's attack would affect them. "Do you know who that person is? You're actually so reckless." "I don't know. Looking at his clothes just now, he seems to be a disciple of the Heaven Demon Sect. However, I've never heard of his existence among the younger generation of the Heaven Demon Sect." Yes. It's already very fortunate that he escaped a calamity just now. Why does this guy still dare to provoke the living Fire Dragon King? Isn't he courting death? I too. As the disciples below were whispering to each other, the flame mark on the Fire Dragon King's head lit up. "Brat, no matter who comes today, they won't be able to protect you." As the flame mark lit up, the Fire Dragon King's aura became even more powerful. Following that, the Fire Dragon King extended his sharp dragon claw with an unrivaled might and attacked Di Wuzheng. For a moment, a strong wind blew, and the weeds on the grass below were unconsciously ignited. This kid was probably going to die here today. For a moment, everyone looked at Di Wuzheng with the same thought. Even the surrounding fire dragons looked at their king in anger. Then, they looked at Di Wuzheng as if they were looking at a dead man. On the other side, the clone of the master of the divine court sighed as he watched the fire dragon king attack Di Wuzheng. Although he now knew that Di Wuzheng was not a disciple of the Heaven Demon sect, he was still the one who schemed against Di Wuzheng. Such a young and talented cultivator had been destroyed by him. The clone of the master of the divine court felt a little uncomfortable. Di Wuzheng, who was standing on the ground, looked at the fire dragon king that was attacking him. His expression was the same as before, without any change. Then, the interspatial ring on his hand flashed, and a long sword appeared in Di Wuzheng's hand. I didn't want to make a move at first, but you forced me. Di Wuzheng sighed and gathered his vital essence on the long sword. Bare-handed. Di Wuzheng raised his sword with both hands and shouted loudly. Then, he slashed forward. What is this kid doing? Why are you slashing the air? The crouching fire dragon looked at Di Wuzheng's actions and said in confusion. Who knows? Maybe he knew that he was going to die and was scared crazy by the king. Another fire dragon beside this fire dragon said mockingly. Originally, they thought that Di Wu was about to make a final desperate struggle. They did not expect that he would be scared silly by their king and slash the air with his sword. When the Fire Dragon King saw Di Wuzheng's actions, the anger in his heart grew even greater. Is this kid looking down on me? Not only is the sword not aimed at me, but it's also ignoring me and slashing the air. With this thought in mind, the Fire Dragon King said to Di Wuzheng. Human, become the fertilizer of this land. As soon as the Fire Dragon King finished speaking, he felt a mysterious power descend on his body before he could even slap his dragon claw out. What was going on? The Fire Dragon King was a little puzzled, but his body could not help but fall down. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the Fire Dragon King came to the front of the fifth front and knelt down. His pair of dragon claws were the long sword in the fifth front's hand. Slowly, blood flowed down from the Fire Dragon King's dragon claw. What's going on? Why is the Fire Dragon King going to receive the sword alone? The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at the Fire Dragon King's actions. Even with his brain that had planned the overall situation previously, he was still confused by the Fire Dragon King's actions. Chapter 318, Chapter 318, How about we make a deal, 1. Chapter 318, How about we make a deal, 1. Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. The fire dragons were stunned when they saw the Fire Dragon King kneeling in front of Di Wuzheng. Then, they let out a series of angry roars. The Fire Dragon King's kneeling action was the noblest etiquette of the Fire Dragon clan. As their king, the Fire Dragon King would only make such a move when he was offering sacrifices to their ancestors. To do such a thing to a human like Di Wuzheng, wasn't that humiliating to the Fire Dragon race? King, what are you doing? Quickly destroy him and take back the dragon fruit. How could King be treated with such courtesy by a human? It's simply a disgrace to our Fire Dragon race. Even the 8 fire dragons that had reached the God Emperor realm looked at each other, not knowing what to do. When the Fire Dragon King heard his clansmen's roars, he knew that he had to eliminate Di Wuzheng. Otherwise, the prestige of the Fire Dragon race would be completely lost. Damn it, what did you do? The Fire Dragon King activated all the vital essence in his body in an attempt to break free from Di Wuzheng's control. However, no matter how he used his true essence, his hands would tightly grip the sword and he could not move. Not only that, but he also lost control of his body and was fixed in place. Di Wuzheng held his long sword with both hands and looked at the Fire Dragon King with a smile. Sigh, you forced me to take action, okay? If you had let me take the dragon fruit away, there wouldn't have been so many problems. Now that I've made my move, how can one let you leave so easily? Diwu was looking at the dragon claw of the Fire Dragon King, which was holding a long sword. At this moment, dark red blood was slowly flowing down the Fire Dragon King's arm. As long as Di Wuzheng kept catching the blade with his bare hands, the Fire Dragon King would continue to lose his blood essence. In the end, his cultivation level would drop, and in the worst case, he would die on the spot. On the other side, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court had been staring blankly at Diwu for a while. He patted the Heaven Demon Sect Master beside him and slowly said to him, "Demon Empress, do you know what's going on?" His strength was not as strong as before, but his subordinates' cultivation was still online. Perhaps they could see something. When the Heaven Demon Sect Master heard the words of the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court, he fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Master, I'm not sure either. One think that kid must have used an extremely powerful immobilizing technique." Immobilizing technique? Do you know the Fire Dragon King's cultivation base? When the clone of the Master of the Divine Court heard the words of the Heaven Demon Sect Master, he immediately refuted him. Although the immobilizing spell was useful, almost all immobilizing spells had a flaw, and that was that the caster had to be stronger than the target. The Fire Dragon King's strength was already at the God Monarch realm. According to the Heaven Demon Sect Master, the fifth main cultivation was still above the God Monarch realm. When the Heaven Demon Sect Master heard the words of the Divine Court Master's clone, he also knew what he meant. But according to his understanding, that was the only explanation. And if that was really the case, they would have suddenly included Di Wuzheng in their plan. One had to know that Di Wuzheng was a human. If he wanted to settle the score with them and forcefully seize the Lord's luck, there seemed to be nothing he could do. After all, the Fire Dragon King's strength was above his. Then, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court said to the Sect Master of the Heaven Demon Sect, "Let's continue watching." The Fire Dragon King is kneeling in front of Di Wuzheng. One don't believe that the other fire dragons won't make a move. As he said that, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court was the same as the Sect Master of the Heaven Demon Sect. They were worried that Di Wuzheng would come after them, and the other fire dragons would help them verify Di Wuzheng's strength. As expected by the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court, the Fire Dragon King knelt in front of the fifth main face and did not get up for a long time. The 8 fire dragons that had reached the God Emperor realm looked at each other and flew towards Di Wuzheng. "Human, release the king." Di Wuzheng saw another 8 fire dragons flying towards him. He raised his sword again and swung it at the fire dragons in the air. Just like the Fire Dragon King, the 8 fire dragons felt a force descend on them. Then, he came to Di Zheng and knelt down before him. He grabbed the sword with his dragon claws. The scene in front of them had completely shocked everyone present. If the Fire Dragon King could still be explained as an accident or something like that. The outcome of the 8 God Emperor Fire Dragons had already told them. Di Wuzheng's strength was terrifying. Diwu was looking at the Fire Dragon King and the 8 God Emperor Fire Dragons in front of him. He also said slowly to the Fire Dragon King, "Big guy, wake up a little. How about we make a deal? I'll give you a picture scroll, and you'll give me the dragon fruit." When he took the dragon fruit back then, Di Wuzheng did not think of taking the dragon fruit of the Fire Dragon clan for free. It was just that the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court was by his side at that time, and Di Wuzheng did not know what he was up to. She was also planning to trick him into paying for her dragon fruit. However, it seemed unlikely now. The Fire Dragon King was in a fit of anger just now, so it was unlikely for him to have a good conversation with him. After letting him calm down in front of him, Di Wuzheng began to discuss the deal with the Fire Dragon King. The Fire Dragon King looked at the blood flowing out of his palms and looked at Di Wuzheng with resentment. "Deal? Do you look like you're making a deal with me?" Di Wuzheng heard that the Fire Dragon King did not say those angry words to him like before. Instead, he stopped catching the blade with his bare hands and stood in front of him. He slowly said. It should be fine for now. The Fire Dragon King regained control of his body. His instinctive reaction was to fight Di Wuzheng to the death. After all, Di Wuzheng had just made him suffer the greatest humiliation in his life. However, when he saw Di Wu brandishing the sword in his hand, the Fire Dragon King dispelled his thoughts. He looked at Di Wuzheng with fear in his eyes. Moreover, he wanted to see that the 8 great elders of his clan were still in his hands, so he would not make a move. On the other side, the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect saw Di Wuzheng suppress the 8 god emperor fire dragons. He was also a little worried in his heart. He said to the clone of the master of the divine court beside him. Master, what should we do? Now, they could basically confirm their judgment just now. This Di Wuzheng was a powerful expert. Don't panic. Let's take a look first. The clone of the master of the divine court knew that it was useless for them to escape now. After all, Di Wuzheng had been with him for such a long time. If he had any designs on him, he would have attacked him long ago. Under the gazes of the clone of the master of the divine court and the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect, the Fire Dragon King's huge body kept changing. Then, he turned into a man in red robes. The Fire Dragon King stood in front of the 5th front and said slowly. The dragon fruit is a sacred item in my clan. It's rare to encounter it in 100 years. What do you want to exchange for it? Chapter 319, Chapter 319, Friend, do you need help to destroy them? Chapter 319, Friend, do you need help to destroy them? 1. Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. Di Wu was standing in front of the Fire Dragon King. When he heard his words, he smiled at him. The interspatial ring on his hand flashed, and a scroll appeared in Di Wuzheng's hand. Looking at the painting in his hand, Di Wu's face showed a hint of pain. This was the calligraphy and painting that Xiaochang Tian had given him during the gathering in the courtyard. Usually, Di Wuzheng didn't come to the divine world much. In his opinion, the only thing he could use to exchange for dragon fruit was Xiaochang Tian's painting scroll. As long as he completed his master's mission, his master would definitely give him better calligraphy and paintings when he returned. With this thought in mind, Di Wuzheng passed the calligraphy painting in his hand to the Fire Dragon King. Take it and have a look. This is personally drawn by my master. It's definitely more valuable than your dragon fruit. The Fire Dragon King looked at the calligraphy in Di Wuzheng's hand. There was no extraordinary aura flowing out of it. Besides, aren't calligraphy and painting something that only humans like? What use would they have for the Fire Dragon clan? Although he was a little angry, the Fire Dragon King still took the calligraphy and painting that Di Wuzheng handed over. He slowly opened the calligraphy painting in his hand. Then, a huge dragon soaring in the 9 heavens appeared in front of the Fire Dragon King. This. The Fire Dragon King looked at the calligraphy in his hand. His originally disdainful expression was replaced by surprise. When he saw the painting, he felt a suppression from his bloodline. Under this suppression, the Fire Dragon bloodline in his body seemed to be continuously purified. After a while, the blood that he had lost from catching Di Wuzheng's blade with his bare hands was restored. Di Wu was looking at the Fire Dragon King's intoxicated expression as he read the calligraphy and paintings. There was also the change in his aura. There was also some envy in his eyes. Although he had some insights, as he slowly looked at the paintings, his insights became much less. However, it seemed that his master's calligraphy and painting were quite useful to this big guy. The 8 god emperor fire dragons who were still kneeling on the ground were also affected by the aura in the painting. Although they were kneeling on the ground, they felt that their cultivation had improved a little. These 8 big guys are the same. Sigh. One also want to return to that youth from back then. Di Wuzheng felt the changes in the 8 god emperor fire dragons around him, and his eyes became even more envious. He also wanted to go back to the time when he first saw the calligraphy and painting, and his cultivation had improved greatly. Then, Di Wuzheng put away the sword in his hand and stopped using his bare hands against them. After the fire dragons regained control of their bodies, they came to the fire dragon king's side and looked at the calligraphy in his hand. Big guy, what do you think? One told you that the value is not lower than your dragon fruit, right? Di Wu was looking at the fire dragon king and the others in front of him as he spoke slowly. When the fire dragon king heard Di Wuzheng's words, he imitated human etiquette and cupped his fists at him. He said, "This painting is of great significance to the fire dragon clan. In the future, you will be a friend of our fire dragon clan." Although the dragon fruit could speed up their cultivation, the painting Di Wuzheng gave them was even more significant. This painting could help them purify their blood essence. Didn't this mean that their bloodline could continue to evolve in the future and finally reach the level of their ancestors? This painting was drawn by my master. If it weren't for the dragon fruit, I wouldn't have taken it out. Di Wuzheng waved his hand at him and said slowly when he heard the fire dragon king and the others. Master. Upon hearing Di Wuzheng's words, the fire dragon king felt even more reverence in his heart. He then pointed at the dragon head in the painting and said to Di Wuzheng, "I wonder why the dragon in the painting doesn't have eyes?" "Oh, you're talking about this." Master said at that time that if he drew these eyes on it, the dragon would fly away. Di Wuzheng slowly explained after hearing the fire dragon king's words. The dragon would fly away from the painting. It meant that humans could already create dragons out of thin air. It turned out that human calligraphy and painting had already reached this level. He had previously looked down on the human race. It seemed that it was time to re-evaluate them. When the fire dragon king heard Di Wuzheng's words, he remembered them in his heart. As for the other 8 fire dragons, they knew nothing about calligraphy and painting. They only felt that they had obtained huge benefits from the calligraphy and painting. Listening to the conversation between Di Wuzheng and the fire dragon king, they just kept tapping their dragon heads. Then, he saw that the fire dragon king and Di Wuzheng did not continue to fight. Instead, they seemed to be in harmony. The clone of the master of the divine court brought the sect master of the heaven demon sect and landed in front of Di Wuzheng and the others. Seeing the clone of the master of the divine court and the sect master of the heaven demon sect in front of him, the fire dragon king said to Di Wuzheng, "Friend, do you need help to destroy them?" Through their previous actions, the fire dragon king felt that the heaven demon sect master and the clone of the divine court master were two-faced fellows. When he heard the fire dragon king call Di Wuzheng a friend, God wanted to help him destroy him. The avatar of the master of the divine court hurriedly waved his hand at them. "Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Huang Tian, why? Do you want me to hand over the dragon fruit?" Di Wu looked at the clone of the master of the divine court in front of him and said slowly to him. "Little brother, oh no, senior, how dare one?" The clone of the master of the divine court also heard the mockery in Di Wuzheng's words and quickly smiled at him. He also knew that if he did not resolve the matter now, they would probably have to stay here today. "Oh, at this time, why aren't you showing your true face?" Di Wuzheng looked at the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court and continued to speak. Actually, Di Wuzheng didn't have any ill intentions towards the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court. They were just suspicious of each other, and the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court was stronger. This reminded Di Wuzheng of what Xiaochang Tian had said to him before he left. There are good and bad cultivators. You have to learn to distinguish them. After hearing Di Wuzheng's words, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court smiled slightly and circulated the true essence in his body. He turned back to his original appearance and said to Di Wuzheng, "Senior, my name isn't Huang Tian. Actually, my name is Di Tian." Di Tian? When Di Wuzheng heard this name, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Then, he looked at the clone of the Divine Court Master and looked at the clone of the Divine Court Master. Di Tian, so it was you who schemed against me. Master has treated you well. I didn't expect you to be such a person. The clone of the master of the divine court was kicked by Di Wuzheng and retreated a few steps. The sect master of the heaven demon sect behind him hurriedly supported him. Looking at Di Wuzheng, he was about to make a move when the clone of the master of the divine court blocked him. "Senior, what did you say just now?" "Master treated me well." The clone's mind was filled with Di Wuzheng's words. Given the current situation, Di Wuzheng didn't need to make fun of him. Chapter 320, The End of the Forbidden Area, 1. Chapter 320, The End of the Forbidden Area, 1. Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. After hearing the words of the Lord of the Divine Court's clone, Di Wuzheng continued. "What? Tian, you're acting like a fool after coming to the Divine Realm? You weren't like this in Master's courtyard." Hearing Di Wuzheng's words, the clone's mind spun rapidly. Senior had seen him in his master's courtyard. Could it be another clone? And it's with Senior's master. Di Wuzheng saw that the clone of the master of the divine court did not respond to him for a long time, so he carefully scanned his body. The Di Tian in front of him seemed to be slightly different from the Di Tian in his master's courtyard. It seemed like the Di Tian in his master's courtyard was stronger. This Di Tian before him wasn't that strong. With this thought in mind, Di Wuzheng also said to the clone of the master of the divine court. "I know, you are Di Tian's clone." After hearing Di Wuzheng's words, the clone understood that Di Wuzheng already knew his secret. Moreover, according to Di Wuzheng, he did not know if the person in his master's courtyard was his clone or his main body. But no matter what, there was still news of the other clones or the main body. After hearing Di Wuzheng's words, the Heaven Demon sect master, who was behind the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court, stared at Di Wuzheng and said slowly. "You said that master is with your secret master. Your master didn't do anything to master, right?" In the heart of the Heaven Demon sect master, the safety of the master of the Divine Court would always be the #1 priority. Moreover, he didn't know if his master was the main body or a clone. If it was the main body, and the fifth master was harmful to the main body, then this was bad news for the Divine Court. After hearing the words of the Heaven Demon sect master, the clone of the Divine Court master also said to him. "Demon Emperor, don't be anxious. Let's hear what Senior has to say first." Even if his main body was controlled by Di Wuzheng's master, the clone of the master of the Divine Court would not dare to offend Di Wuzheng here. They could not see Di Wuzheng's strength clearly now. There was also a Fire Dragon King beside him. Moreover, if Di Wuzheng's strength was so terrifying, then what about his master? He did not even know how strong he was. Then, the clone of the master of the Divine Court also cupped his fists at Di Wuzheng and said slowly. "Senior, please tell me about the other clones. If you can tell me, Di Tian will definitely reward you handsomely." Di Wuzheng looked at the earnest expression on the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court and said slowly. "It's not impossible for you to see your clone, but you have to follow me back to Master's place. Your clone is with a man named Ice Emperor, so you don't have to worry too much." Di Wuzheng also knew about the relationship between Di Tian and the Ice Emperor. He recalled that the Ice Emperor was the one who told him about the dragon fruit. Given his relationship with Di Tian, helping Di Tian bring his clone back could be considered a small repayment to him. Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor. The sect leader of the Heavenly Demon sect muttered. In the divine world, it was not that the Heaven Demon sect master had not inquired about the other generals. It was just that there had been no news for many years, and he didn't expect to hear the Ice Emperor's name here. "Yeah, it's a man with ice blue hair." Di Wuzheng said slowly to him when he saw the shocked expression of the Heaven Demon sect master. "With the Ice Emperor by my lord's side, I feel more at ease. Back then, he was also one of the top existences among us." Hearing Di Wuzheng's words, the Heaven Demon sect master's face was also filled with joy, as if he had met an old friend he had not seen for many years. "All right, if you want to go back with me, then follow me." Diwu Zheng looked at the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the sect Master of the Heaven Demon sect in front of him and said slowly. It had been a while since he left. Diwu remembered Shao Chengtian's reminder to him to go early and come back early. When the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the sect Master of the Heaven Demon sect heard Diwu Zheng's words, they smiled at him. Senior, we'll make the arrangements and go with you now. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at the disciples of the various sects below and the damaged Xian ship on the ground. According to their original plan, these disciples should all die here. However, the appearance of Diwu Zheng had disrupted their plans. The Heaven Demon sect's sect master swept his gaze down. However, they were all weak disciples who were hiding. As for the powerful disciples, they were already in the stomach of the fire dragon in the previous battle. Then, the Heaven Demon sect's sect master saw a figure in the crowd and sucked at him with his palm. Then, Li Wushuang, who was hidden in the crowd, appeared in front of the Heaven Demon sect's sect master. So you're not dead yet. The Heaven Demon sect's sect master looked at Li Wushuang in front of him and said slowly. Their plan had been carried out so smoothly because of Li Wushuang. With Li Wushuang's help, the Heaven Demon sect's sect master had deliberately allowed him to indulge his disciples so that the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court could enter the Fire Dragon King's forbidden ground and spread the news. Li Wushuang looked at her Heaven Demon sect master and immediately knelt down. Sect master, don't kill me. I know how to clean up the mess. I won't leak the information here. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens. After saying that, Li Wushuang didn't care about the Heavenly Demon sect master's response and made a poison oath to the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Demon sect master looked at Li Wushuang's desperate face and thought that she was a fence-sitter. Given the current situation, it was not a bad idea for him to clean up the mess. Moreover, with his brain, he could not do anything. Then leave it to him. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at Li Wushuang and said slowly to the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect. When the Heaven Demon sect master heard the words of the clone, he said to Li Wushuang. I hope you don't have any other thoughts. I won't, don't worry. When Li Wushuang heard the words of the Heaven Demon sect's sect master, she also kowtowed to him a few times. After saying that, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court also said to Diwu Zheng. Senior, we're done. Upon hearing the words of the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court, Diwu Zheng said to the Fire Dragon King and the others behind him. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. When the Fire Dragon King and the others heard that Diwu was about to leave, they also let out a long whistle. Friend, you are welcome to come again next time. Then, under the gazes of the Fire Dragon King and the others, the clone of the Divine Court Master and the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect followed Diwu Zheng and slowly left the forbidden area. After Diwu Zheng and the others left, Li Wushuang quickly left the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground with the disciples of the various sects under the watchful eyes of the Fire Dragon King. Chapter 321. Chapter 321. The Divine Emperor is actually a bricklayer? Chapter 321. The Divine Emperor is actually a bricklayer? _1. Outside the Fire Dragon King forbidden ground. Diwu looked at the Heaven Demon sect's sect master and the Divine Court's master's clone who had followed him out and said slowly to them. The two of you, we're going to Master's place now, but there's something one have to tell you in advance. Master is experiencing the life of a mortal, tempering his heart in the mortal world, and playing in the mortal world. At this point, Diwu Zheng's expression was extremely solemn. He was afraid that the Heaven Demon sect's sect master and the Divine Court Master's clone did not hear him. When you reach Master's courtyard, you can't casually show your cultivation. Otherwise, you won't be able to disturb Master's cultivation. She saw Diwu's serious expression and how he spoke so seriously. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court also knew that this matter was very important. He immediately cupped his fists at Diwu Zheng. Senior, don't worry. We've already remembered that when we get to your master, we definitely won't show any cultivation. Then, the clone of the master of the divine court also gave the sect master of the heaven demon sect a look. Yes, yes. When we get to Senior's master, we'll be strict with our actions and definitely won't disturb Senior. Seeing the clone of the master of the divine court winking at him, the sect master of the heaven demon sect followed suit and cupped his fists at Di Wuzheng as he spoke slowly. Yes, yes. Remember, don't cause trouble for me. Di Wuzheng looked at the two people who were cupping their fists at him and reminded them again. Hearing Di Wuzheng's repeated emphasis, the clone of the master of the divine court smiled awkwardly at Di Wuzheng. When he was at his peak, he had thought of going to the mortal world to gain experience. However, that was just a thought. He did not cultivate at all. But now that he saw Di Wuzheng's strength, one could imagine his master's strength. It was definitely several times stronger than when he was at his peak. This senior was definitely cultivating his heart in the mortal world. He was definitely advancing to a higher level. Unless his brain was filled with water, he would not offend him. Let's go. After the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court was deep in thought, Di Wuzheng's voice slowly sounded. Then, the clone of the Divine Court saw Di Wu fly forward and look at the sect master of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Then, the clone of the master of the Divine Court and the sect master of the Heaven Demon Sect followed. Senior, may I know where your master's courtyard is? You know I have the spacetime disc, so perhaps we can get there faster. The clone of the master of the Divine Court followed behind Di Wuzheng for a while. He was anxious to see the other clones, so he said to Di Wuzheng. When Di Wuzheng heard the words of the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court, he also glanced at him. Have you forgotten what I said just now? How can you locate Master's courtyard? What if you disturb him? Upon hearing Di Wuzheng's words, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court shut his mouth and did not respond. He could only blame himself for being too anxious. In the blink of an eye, he had forgotten what Senior had just said. Very soon, Di Wuzheng arrived on the Tian Yuan continent with the clone and the sect master of the Heaven Demon Sect. As he floated above the Tian Yuan continent, the clone of the Lord of Divine Court sensed the spiritual energy in the surroundings. He couldn't help but say to Di Wuzheng, Senior, your master is here. Judging from the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, this was clearly an ordinary lower realm. It was hard to imagine that a peerless expert would hide in a lower realm to cultivate. It seemed that he still looked down on that senior's realm. This realm should be far inferior to his peak. Di Wuzheng looked at the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court and slowly said, Yes, yes. Master is in Dayang town. Follow me. Following that, Di Wuzheng brought the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the sect master of the Heaven Demon Sect as he transformed into a stream of light and flew down. Soon, Di Wuzheng and the clone of the Master of the Divine Court landed steadily on the surface of Great Sun Town. Looking at the peaceful town, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court felt a little emotional. Back then, after what happened in the initial stage of the Divine Realm, he had also been hiding everywhere, hiding in the crowd. However, at that time, the streets were filled with powerful cultivators. Now, they were filled with mortals. At this moment, Deity King Red Cloud was also walking on the street. When she saw Di Wuzheng, she recognized him and said with a smile, Little brother Di Wuzheng, come out with Di Tian. When you go back, help me say hello to Senior. When Di Wuzheng heard God King Red Cloud calling him, he smiled and replied, Alright, I'll tell Master. After helping Shao Changtian build his own courtyard, Di Wuzheng could be considered to be acquainted with Deity King Red Cloud and the others. As they slowly got along, Di Wuzheng and God King Red Cloud were as familiar as old friends. Seeing Di Wu and God King Red Cloud's conversation, the avatar of the God Court Master was also attracted. Divine Emperor. The moment he saw God King Red Cloud, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court could determine his strength. He had thought that the people in this town were all mortals. He did not expect that there would be a God Emperor walking leisurely on the streets. Following that, God King Black Heaven and the others also walked over and greeted Di Wuzheng. Di Wuzheng responded to them one by one. These God Emperor realm experts were also stunned by the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court. There were at least 10 to 20 God Emperor realm experts who had just walked past him. Although there was no godly emperor, this power was definitely stronger than the Fire Dragon King Forbidden Ground. Could it be that this was not the lower realm, but another forbidden area? The sect master of the heavenly demonic sect was also shocked when he saw Emperor Yuan and the others. Although the heaven demon sect master felt that his cultivation was above theirs, he did not know why. The Grand Master of the heavenly demonic sect could feel a life-threatening aura from deity Emperor Yuan and the others. Di Wuzheng looked at the shocked expressions of the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect and explained to him. They were the brick movers in Master's courtyard previously. It's just that now that the courtyard has been renovated, they've settled down in the courtyard. Brick-moving worker. When the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect heard Di Wuzheng's words, they were a little dumbfounded. Did he hear wrongly just now? The Divine Emperor was actually a bricklayer? The clone of the Master of the Divine Court suddenly looked forward to what the courtyard that the Divine Emperor had come out to renovate looked like. Soon, under the lead of Di Wuzheng, the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court and the sect master of the Heavenly Demon sect arrived outside Shao Changtian's courtyard. Looking at Shao Changtian's courtyard, Di Wuzheng said to the two of them, Master's courtyard is in front. Do you remember what I said to you before? When the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect heard Di Wuzheng's words, they were also very excited. Was he finally going to see his main body or his other avatars? There was also the Ice Emperor, his former beloved general. Then, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect nodded at Di Wuzheng. Chapter 322, Chapter 322, Old Friends Meeting, I Understand. Chapter 322, Old Friends Meeting, I Understand. Outside Shao Changtian's courtyard. Di Wu was bringing the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect into the courtyard. As soon as he entered, Alpha, who was sitting at the door, glanced at him casually before continuing his game. Seeing a dog playing chess, the Heaven Demon sect master was also a little surprised. He looked at him. Then, a huge phantom of a divine dog appeared in his mind, and under his feet was a huge chessboard that covered the sky. This was not an ordinary spirit pet. It was the divine beast, the heaven-swallowing dog. The Heaven Demon sect master looked at the heaven-devouring hound with its mouth wide open and felt a little panicked. Wasn't this kind of divine beast extinct? Why would he appear here again? The clone of the Master of the Divine Court looked at the shocked expression of the Heaven Demon sect master and also looked over. At the same time, a huge phantom of a divine hound appeared in his mind. This was. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court also looked at the heaven-swallowing dog in front of him in shock, speechless. At this moment, a voice entered the ears of Di Wuzheng and the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. So it's Tian's little brother. Come quickly, this time around, it's all thanks to you for taking care of Di Wuzheng. Upon hearing this voice, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect woke up from their minds. Looking at the door, Alpha's heart was already filled with fear. If it wasn't for the fact that the heaven-swallowing dog didn't have any ill intentions towards them, they might have already become corpses. Then, they saw a young man walking towards them with a white cat in his arms. It was Shao Changtian, who was walking over from the backyard. It was his voice that had freed them from their spiritual world. This person's strength was unfathomable. Seeing Shao Changtian, the avatar of the Master of the Divine Court and the sect master of the Heavenly Demon sect had the same thought. When Di Wu saw Changtian, he quickly walked up to him and said, Master. Yes. You found the dragon fruit, right? Shao Changtian looked at Di Wuzheng and nodded at him. Although Di Wuzheng was a little naughty this time through the profound shadow stone, he finally returned to the right track. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Di Wuzheng and Yi hurriedly took out the dragon fruit from his space ring. Looking at the dragon fruit in Di Wuzheng's hand, Xiao Changtian nodded at him again. Then, he said to the clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the sect master of the Heaven Demon sect. Di Tian's little brother, even if you're here, don't just stand here. Come with me to the backyard and do some work. Xiao Changtian then walked into the backyard. Xiao Changtian was planning to take the white tiger out for a stroll, but he didn't expect to run into Di Wuzheng and the others, so he started talking to them. Di Tian's younger brother. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court was also puzzled. Why did this senior call him Di Tian's younger brother? With senior's unfathomable strength, it was impossible for him to tell that he was a clone. Although he had some doubts in his heart, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court also followed after Xiao Changtian. Now, he was certain that the heaven-swallowing dog was the pet of that senior. To be able to treat the heaven-swallowing dog as his pet, its strength was already beyond his comprehension. No matter what he said, if he didn't listen, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he thought about this, the avatar of the Divine Palace and the sect master of the Heavenly Demon sect followed Xiao Changtian to the backyard. When they arrived at the backyard, Di Tian and the Ice Emperor were also there. When they saw Xiao Changtian, they said to him, "Senior, you're back so soon." Xiao Changtian glanced at Di Tian and the Ice Emperor and smiled at them. "No, I was just about to go out when I met your brother. I brought them over." Younger brother. When Di Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he started as well. After that, he recovered from his shock. Could it be that senior had already helped him bring his clone back? As he thought of this in his heart, Di Tian also turned to look behind Xiao Changtian. The clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the Demon Emperor were following behind Xiao Changtian. When Di Tian saw his clone, the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court also saw him. This was his main body. Upon seeing Di Tian, the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court instantly recognized his original body. He originally thought that it would be good enough to see the other avatars. He did not expect to see his main body. Just as the clone wanted to say something, Di Tian walked towards him. "Brother, you're finally back." He was worried that the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court didn't know the rules and would disturb Xiao Changtian's cultivation. Di Tian spoke to his clone. When the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court heard Di Tian's words, he was also stunned. It was fine if that senior said that he was Di Tian's younger brother, but why was his main body also calling him younger brother? As he thought of this in his heart, Di Tian's voice transmission also rang out. "Clone, the senior in front of you is an expert with a heaven-defying cultivation base. He's currently tempering his heart in the mortal world, so we can't disturb his cultivation." Upon hearing Di Tian's voice transmission, the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court also understood. Although Di Wuzheng had previously told him that his master was tempering his heart in the mortal world and playing around in the mortal world, he was still a little worried. However, he didn't expect this senior to be so thorough in this Tao. As expected, there was a reason why his cultivation was inferior to others. After that, Di Tian also spoke to Xiao Changtian. "Senior, my brother and I haven't seen each other for a few days. Let's go down and have a chat." Hear the words of the Emperor Day. Xiao Changtian also know their brother's deep feelings. Facing the Emperor Day waved a hand. "Go, go." When the Ice Emperor saw the Heaven Demon sect master, she walked to his side excitedly. "Demon Emperor." "Ice Emperor." When the Heaven Demon sect master saw the Ice Emperor, he was also excited. "I haven't seen you for many years. How have you been?" Looking at the passionate expressions of these two people, Xiao Changtian suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Why did these two old men look so gay? Under Xiao Changtian's gaze, the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor hugged each other tightly. Looking at their cultivation, Xiao Changtian said to them. What are you two doing? Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the Ice Emperor calmed down and said to Xiao Changtian. Senior, the two of us were previously master's servants. Now that we've met. Hearing the Ice Emperor's words, Xiao Changtian understood. It turned out that these two were former colleagues. Looking at their behavior just now, he thought they were. Then, Xiao Changtian said to the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor. I understand that it's a meeting between old friends. The Ice Emperor said to Xiao Changtian as he spoke, and then led the Demon Emperor to the side. Chapter 323, Chapter 323, Setup, 1. Chapter 323, Setup, 1. In Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Tian brought his clone back to his room. After entering the room, Tian spoke to his clone. Avatar, it's a good thing that you're fine. Let's see why you went to the Fire Dragon King's forbidden ground previously. When the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court heard Tian's words, his expression froze as well. He then spoke to Tian. Master, how did you know my whereabouts? The clone of the Master of the Divine Court had always felt that he had hidden his whereabouts very well. Moreover, if the main body was near him, there was no reason for him to not sense it. Upon hearing the words of the clone, Tian smiled as well. Senior has everything under his control. Let's fuse together, and you'll naturally understand. The avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court nodded when he heard Tian's words. He could sense Tian's trust in Xiao Changtian. In addition, since Tian was able to take on an existence like the heaven-swallowing dog as his pet, he didn't have to worry about the safety of his main body. Hence, the avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court also smiled at Tian. After that, he continued. I'm very happy to see you. Let's merge. As he spoke, the same light rose from Tian and the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. The avatar of the Lord of the Divine Court transformed into specks of starlight and fused into Tian's body. As for the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor who were conversing in the courtyard, the Ice Emperor also mumbled when she sensed the changes in Tian. Master is already fusing. Let's go and guard it. As the Ice Emperor spoke, the chaos ants in the bamboo forest were also staring at Tian's house. This fusion has caused quite a commotion. It would be bad if it disturbed Master. As it spoke, the chaos ant's two antennae also lit up with a silver light. After that, a spatial barrier enveloped Tian's room, completely isolating the aura in the room. As for the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor, who were outside Tian's room, they saw this spatial barrier. The Demon Empress said to the Ice Empress beside her in shock. This level of spatial energy was also released by that senior. Sensing the spatial barrier in front of him, the Demon Empress did not doubt that as long as she walked forward, she would be killed by the spatial wind blades contained within. The Ice Emperor shook her head and bowed to the bamboo forest in the courtyard. No, it's from the chaos ants that senior raised. Chaos ants? When the Demon Empress heard the Ice Emperor's words, she was stunned. Why did she hear the names of two divine beasts today? First, he saw the heaven-swallowing dog at the entrance, and now, he heard the name of the chaos ant. With this thought in mind, the Demon Empress said to the Ice Emperor. Ice Emperor, you mean? Yes, yes. You don't know yet. Take a closer look at the courtyard and you'll understand everything. The Ice Emperor also knew what the Demon Emperor wanted to ask him, so she slowly said to him. Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Demon Empress turned her gaze to the courtyard. He looked at the goldfish in the pond in the courtyard. Was this the ancestral dragon? In the Demon Empress's field of vision, she saw an ancestral dragon whose fate suppressed the heavens swimming around in the pond. Then, the Demon Empress saw a turtle riding on a giant panda. When he looked carefully, he only saw a black tortoise surrounded by endless seawater appearing in his field of vision. The black tortoise sensed the Demon Empress' gaze and looked at him. The Xuanwu is so focused on the demon emperor, feeling the true flow of the Yuan on his body is slow by 1 point. While Black Tortoise was watching the demon emperor, the fat Rongrong below him also opened her eyes. Boss, what's wrong? No, you can continue sleeping. Hearing the fat Rongrong's words, Black Tortoise slowly replied. Then, he retracted his head back into his turtle shell. Below the Black Tortoise are the Iron Eaters. These are all legendary divine beasts. It seems that my horizons are still too low. Then, the Demon Empress also saw the other divine beasts in the courtyard. A phoenix whose body was covered in an endless fire domain. There was also a divine monkey that was emitting golden light from its entire body. And the cat in Xiao Chengtian's arms was not a cat, it was a white tiger. Sensing the divine beasts in the courtyard, the Demon Empress also re-examined the entire courtyard. No wonder the Divine Emperor was asked to be a bricklayer. The Demon Empress murmured as she looked at and oppose the walls and floor of the courtyard. The bricks that made up the walls and floor of the courtyard were all top-notch immortal artifacts. How could ordinary people move these immortal artifacts? He had come to an immortal realm, right? In an instant, the Demon Empress suddenly had this thought. The Ice Emperor looked at the Demon Emperor's shocked expression and smiled at him. Demon Emperor, when I first came here, one felt the same as you. In my opinion, Senior might not be a person from the divine realm at all. Other than playing around in the human world, he came here to set up a trap. Set up a trap. The Demon Empress was already shocked, so she couldn't help but ask when she heard the Ice Empress's words. Then, the Ice Emperor nodded slowly and continued. Yes, yes. From what I've been thinking recently, Senior is setting up a trap, and we're all chess pieces. As for what the chess game is, it's not something I can pry into. When she spoke, the Ice Emperor also showed a trace of respect. When the Demon Empress heard the Ice Emperor's words, she nodded in agreement. According to the situation he had seen when he first arrived here, these divine beasts and these legendary things. Everything was presented in front of him. The possibility of the Ice Emperor's scheme was very high. While they were talking, Tian, who was in the room, had also completed the fusion. In the room, Tian, who had his eyes shut, slowly opened them. When he opened his eyes, the aura on his body rose steadily and he had already reached the God Emperor realm. After fusing with his clone, Tian also left his room. The spatial barrier created by the chaos ants also slowly disappeared. After Tian came out, he bowed in the direction of the bamboo forest in the courtyard. Thank you, Senior. The chaos ant in the bamboo forest also glanced at him. Without responding, its figure disappeared into the bamboo forest. When they saw Tian walking out of his room, the Devil Emperor and Ice Emperor also bowed to him. Congratulations, Master. Upon sensing Tian's aura, the Demon Emperor and Ice Emperor knew that Tian had succeeded in fusing with his clone. Tian stared at the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor before him as he nodded his head. Then, he said to them. Let's go. Although Senior knows our situation like the back of his hand, we still have to tell him. Chapter 324, Chapter 324, 10 Miles Sword God arrives at the Tian Yuan continent again, 1. Chapter 324, 10 Miles Sword God arrives at the Tian Yuan continent again, 1. Tian Yuan continent. A black figure stood in the air and looked at the scenery below with a nostalgic look in his eyes. Tian Yuan continent, I'm back. The black-robed man looked down at the ground and muttered. According to the Divine Lord, the news of the black-robed Divine Emperor's death came from his hometown. In order to resurrect you as soon as possible, I will definitely obtain the fate of the Lord of the Divine Court for you. The black-robed man stood in mid-air and continued to mutter to himself. After seeing his figure clearly, he realized that he was the owner of the Dark Chamber, the 10 Miles Sword God. 10 Miles Sword God clenched his fists tightly. Then, His body turned into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Soon, the 10 Miles Sword God appeared at the periphery of Great Sun Town and saw the Great Sun Town in front of him. The 10 Miles Sword God instinctively stopped in his tracks. His plans on the Tian Yuan continent had been greatly disrupted by the experts here. No, I'm already at the strength of a god monarch. Even in the divine world, I'm still a powerhouse. Why would one be scared by this small town? 10 Miles Sword God mocked himself in his heart before shaking his head. Thinking of his purpose for coming here, the 10 Miles Sword God flew straight into Great Sun Town. At this moment, Lin Ruomiao was also walking on the streets of Daong Town. He was carrying a bamboo basket in his hand, and inside the basket were the ingredients that Xiao Tian had ordered him to buy. With Lin Ruomiao's appearance, she was a rare beauty in Daong Town. Hence, Lin Ruomiao received many gazes as she walked on the streets. Lin Ruomiao was walking on the street when a black shadow flew past her. Ah, this aura. Sensing this aura, Lin Ruomiao's expression changed. Following which, her figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Seeing Lin Ruomiao disappear, a Great Sun sect disciple on the street could not help but say to a companion beside him. The fairy suddenly disappeared just now. Did you see that? Upon hearing the words of this Great Sun sect's disciple, the other Great Sun sect's disciples nodded their heads. Yes, yes. As expected of Senior's disciple. To us, we can only watch from afar and not play with her. Hearing this Great Sun sect disciple's words, the other Great Sun sect disciples nodded in agreement. In the sky above Great Sun Town, Sword God 10 Miles released his holy sense and scanned the area below. In his perception, most of the people in Great Sun Town were mortals. The strength of the Great Sun sect disciples in the town was also average. Most of them were in the Golden Core realm. How did he fail so many times here? Sword God 10 Miles looked down at Great Sun Town, and a trace of doubt flashed through his heart. His current strength was no longer the same as before. Even if that person was still here, with his strength, there was no reason for him not to discover it. 10 Miles Sword God did not think that there was an existence here whose strength surpassed a divine lord. It seems that the person from before has also left this place. The 10 Miles Sword God looked down at Great Sun Town and muttered. However, what is the black-robed deity emperor doing here? 10 Miles Sword God's figure was probing in the air. His mind was spinning rapidly, and then he seemed to have thought of something. Hiding here isn't a bad choice for the Lord of the Divine Court. It's a pity that those fellows in the Divine World thought that the Master of the Divine Court would hide in the Divine World. Fortunately, one didn't join their alliance with the Heaven Demon sect. Thinking about this, 10 Miles Sword God revealed a smile. Then, Sword God 10 Miles' expression changed. He felt a sense of danger and instinctively retreated to the side. After 10 Miles Sword God retreated, a saber beam flashed past him. Bang! The saber light missed, but it created a crack in space. Looking at the crack in the sky, 10 Miles Sword God felt a little terrified. If that saber light had hit him, he might have been beheaded on the spot. With a lingering fear, the 10 Miles Sword God looked around him but did not find anyone. He could only cup his fists and say to the air in front of him. I wonder which senior from the Divine Realm has come here. I'm the 10 Miles Sword God of the Red Cloud Divine Hall. The 10 Miles Sword God knew that he was no match for the other party, and it was clear that such strength did not come from the Tian Yuan continent. Otherwise, the Tian Yuan continent would not have been called the lower realm. The power of the strike just now was even more powerful than that of Sir God Hongyun. That was the Godly King. The Godly King was an expert who ruled over the divine world. He enjoyed the offerings of countless sects below and the dense spiritual energy of the divine world. Such a person would stay in the lower realm for a long time unless there was something wrong with his brain. Therefore, 10 Miles Sword God felt that the other party was an expert from the divine realm who had just happened to come to the lower realm. By mentioning Red Cloud's sacred hall, Sword God 10 Miles wanted to make the other party fear him for the sake of Red Cloud's sacred hall. After all, the old ancestor of the Red Cloud Divine Hall was the Red Cloud Divine King. He was a well-known powerhouse in the divine world. You're called 10 Miles Sword God. Very well, today 1 foot 11 inches make you pay with your blood. Sword God 10 Miles thought that the other party would show mercy to him because of Divine King Red Cloud. He did not expect to hear such a threatening female voice. Then, Lin Ruomiao, who was dressed in white and had long hair fluttering in the wind, appeared in front of 10 Miles Sword God. Looking at Lin Ruomiao in front of him, 10 Miles Sword God really could not think of how he had offended her. When he went to the divine world, he had been cultivating diligently and had basically not interacted with anyone. With this thought in mind, the 10 Miles Sword God also cupped his fists at Lin Ruomiao. Fellow Taoist, how did Shirley offend you? Lin Ruomiao's expression turned even colder when she heard the 10 Miles Sword God's words. She unsheathed the dagger at her waist and was about to attack the 10 Miles Sword God. When Lin Ruomiao unsheathed her dagger, the 10 Miles Sword God hurriedly raised his hands. His life's dream had yet to come true, so how could he die in philosophy? For her, he had to live on. 10 Miles Sword God raised his hands and made a surrendering gesture. He then said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, I don't think I've offended you in any way, so please tell me." If Shirley really offended Senior in some way, Shirley would be killed by Senior, and Shirley would accept it. Moreover, with Senior's strength, you don't have to worry about escaping 10 Li. The 10 Miles Sword God's mind spun rapidly as he spoke slowly to Lin Ruomiao. When Lin Ruomiao heard the 10 Miles Sword God's words, she also raised the dagger in her hand and pointed it at him. "Alright, then I'll let you die with an understanding. Back then, it was because of your scheme that caused dozens of people in my Lin family to die. I live to take revenge on you." As Lin Ruomiao spoke, the flow of spiritual energy in the surrounding air seemed to slow down a little. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, The Lin Family is Not Dead? _I. Chapter 325, The Lin Family is Not Dead? _I. Lin Family? When the 10 Miles Sword God heard Lin Ruomiao's words, there was still some doubt on his face. Ever since he arrived in the divine world, he had basically not killed anyone, let alone killing a family. He had never even heard of this Lin family. On the other hand, he had been forced to deal with some clans on the Tian Yuan continent. Could it be? Thinking of this, the 10 Miles Sword God seemed to have thought of something and said to Lin Ruomiao, "You're from the Tian Yuan continent, not the divine realm?" Lin Ruomiao pointed the dagger in her hand at the 10 Miles Sword God and stared at him coldly. "It seems like you have remembered something. Now, pay the price for what you have done." As she spoke, Lin Ruomiao walked towards the 10 Miles Sword God step by step. As Lin Ruomiao approached, the 10 Miles Sword God also felt a pressure descend on his body. Under this pressure, 10 Miles Sword God felt that the flow of true essence in his body was abnormal. How terrifying was his strength! The 10 Miles Sword God found it difficult to imagine that someone from the Tian Yuan continent would have such terrifying strength. Could it be that the person in front of him was the one who had caused him trouble back then? Moreover, he was his subordinate against someone from the Lin family. All sorts of guesses flashed through the 10 Miles Sword God's mind. As Lin Ruomiao approached, the 10 Miles Sword God also knelt before him. "Senior, I'm sorry. I know I've done many despicable things in the past. But those were all to resurrect my wife. Moreover, the Lin family members are actually not dead. They were only imprisoned. Part of the reason I came back this time is to release them." Upon hearing the name 10 Miles Sword God, Lin Ruomiao stopped in her tracks and looked at him. Her hand that was holding the dagger trembled slightly as she slowly said to the 10 Miles Sword God, "Are you saying that my parents are still alive?" As she spoke, Lin Ruomiao's tone clearly contained a trace of excitement and joy. Seeing Lin Ruomiao stop, the 10-mile sword god also felt the pressure on his body lessen a little. He continued to speak to Lin Ruomiao. Yes, senior, that's right. They're currently locked up somewhere. If you don't believe me, one can bring senior over right now. Lin Ruomiao looked at the Tenli sword god's sincere expression, and her hope for her family to be alive increased. He slowly put down the dagger in his hand and said, "Tell me, where exactly is it? We'll go over now. Don't play any tricks, or you'll die even more miserably." As she spoke, Lin Ruomiao slowly regained her icy tone. Before she truly met her parents and clansmen, it was impossible for Lin Ruomiao to let go of the hatred in her heart. Upon hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, 10-Mile's sword god hurriedly activated the true essence in his body. He began to create a map of the Tian Yuan continent in front of him and Lin Ruomiao. With the 10-Mile's sword god's understanding of the Tian Yuan continent, he quickly completed the map and pointed to a location. 10-Mile's sword god slowly said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, it's here. Let's go." As soon as the 10-Mile's sword god finished speaking, Lin Ruomiao's voice immediately sounded in his ears. With Lin Ruomiao's strength, the 10-Mile's sword god and her arrived at the location he had pointed out in a short while. This happened in the blink of an eye, but when they suddenly arrived at another place, 10-Mile's sword god felt a little dizzy. He didn't react in time. He looked at Lin Ruomiao beside him, his eyes flickering. "We're here. Where is he?" Lin Ruomiao looked at this space. Below her was a surging sea, and the sky was empty. There was no place to lock people up, let alone dozens of people. Upon hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, 10-Mile's sword god also adjusted the aura on his body. Then, the true essence in his body gathered and he muttered something. When the 10-Mile's sword god cast his spell, a small door appeared in the space in front of Lin Ruomiao and the others. Looking at the small door in front of him, the 10-Mile's sword god said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, your family is inside." Then, 10-Mile's sword god brought Lin Ruomiao in. As soon as she walked past the small door, she heard the sound of children. Then, 3 figures appeared at the door. "Stop, who has come here? Report your name." Hearing this voice, Lin Ruomiao's brows furrowed slightly, as though she was about to attack at the slightest disagreement. When the 10-Mile's sword god saw Lin Ruomiao's expression, he hurriedly waved at the 3 figures in front of him. "Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, long time no see." Upon hearing the 10-Mile's sword god's voice, the Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor were all stunned. Then, they said to the 10-Mile's sword god with some joy, "You're back." Back then, when the 10-Mile's sword god went to the divine world alone, the 3 of them had also made an agreement with her. The 3 of them helped him guard this place. After the 10-Mile's sword god went to the divine world to roam around, he also came back with his body to ascend. It seemed that the 3 of them would have to endure too much here. When the 10-Mile's sword god heard the words of the Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor, he said to them, Yes. This time, I also intend to release the people here." "That's great. You found a way to resurrect your wife." The 3 of them also knew about the 10-Mile's sword god's obsession to ascend to the divine world. The 10-Mile's sword god had done so many things just to revive his wife. Just as the 10-Mile's sword god was about to respond, he saw Lin Ruomiao's figure flash and disappear on the spot. "I'll tell you later. I'll go over first." Following that, the 10-Mile's sword god's figure also turned into a stream of light and flew inside. "Did you see how they passed by just now?" the Heaven Queen said to the Demon Emperor beside her when she saw the 2 people suddenly disappear in front of her. "No, the aura on their bodies is too terrifying. When they disappeared, I felt like they had never been here before." When the Demon Emperor heard the Heaven Queen's words, he also expressed his feelings. "Is this the strength of a god? It's really something to look forward to." The demon emperor had a smile on his face as he slowly said. Then, the three of them turned into a stream of light and flew inside. At this moment, Lin Ruomiao had already arrived in front of a small courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard, an old woman and an old man were surrounded by a group of children. The old man and the old woman were also happily playing with them. When they saw this scene, tears appeared in Lin Ruomiao's eyes as she muttered, "Father, mother." When Lin Ruomiao finished speaking, the old man and the old woman in the courtyard seemed to have sensed something and looked outside. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, I've seen something my master can't solve, 1. Chapter 326, I've seen something my master can't solve, 1. Inside the small world, in front of the small courtyard. The old man and the old woman in the courtyard looked at Lin Ruomiao, who was outside the courtyard, and hurriedly walked out. "Ruomiao. Father, mother." As they spoke, Lin Ruomiao also wanted to hug them tightly. Looking at Lin Ruomiao and her parents hugging each other, Sword God 10 Miles felt touched for some reason. When he waited for his wife to be resurrected, he and she should also be like this. While the 10 Miles Sword God was deep in thought, the Heaven Queen and the other two came to his side. "After you leave, we will follow your instructions and move all of them here. Of course, we also provide them with good food and drinks." "What about her?" Upon hearing the Heaven Queen's words, the 10 Miles Sword God nodded as well. There was a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. In the cave in the mountain in front, only the cold air inside can maintain her condition to the greatest extent. Hearing the Empress's words, surely Sword God also looked towards the cave in front of him. If Lin Ruomiao wasn't still here, 10 Miles Sword God would have had the urge to rush over to check. "Soon, we will meet again." 10 Miles Sword God looked at the mountain peak in front of him and said slowly in his heart. Then, as if he had thought of something, 10 Miles Sword God also took out 3 cultivation techniques from his interspatial ring. After distributing them to the Heaven Queen and the others, the 10 Miles Sword God slowly said to them, "This is what they promised you back then. Whether they can succeed or not depends on themselves." With the 10 Miles Sword God's strength, it was not difficult for him to obtain 3 cultivation techniques that matched the Heaven Queen's attributes. After the 3 of them received the cultivation technique from the Surely Sword God, their faces were filled with joy. Then, they thanked the 10 Miles Sword God and went to look at their own cultivation techniques. To them, being able to advance a step further in the realm that they had not advanced for many years was undoubtedly their long-cherished wish. After Lin Ruomiao exchanged pleasantries with her parents, she knew that the Lin family and the 10 Miles Sword God had not lost many people. Most of them were just arrested. But here, they weren't abused. At first, they had thought of escaping, but to them, the strength of the Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor was too great. As time went by, they got used to the life here and continued to live normally. The children beside them were the boys and girls that the 10 Miles Sword God had captured back then. After coming here, they had also lived with the Lin family. Seeing that her family was safe and sound, Lin Ruomiao was no different from being reborn. The hatred in her heart also slowly disappeared. The aura on his body also became more mysterious. Sensing the change in Lin Ruomiao's aura, the 10 Miles Sword God didn't know what had happened. However, he was certain that Lin Ruomiao was stronger than before. Arriving at Lin Ruomiao's side, the 10 Miles Sword God once again knelt before her and slowly said, "Senior, I have an unkind request. Please help me." He looked at the 10 Miles Sword God and Lin Ruomiao, and the hatred they had for him had lessened. Perhaps it was because he could see his family again, but Lin Ruomiao still said to the 10 Miles Sword God, "Get up. If there's anything, tell me first." When the 10 Miles Sword God heard Lin Ruomiao's words, he was also a little excited. He stood up from the ground and said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, please revive my wife." When the 10 Miles Sword God went to the divine world, he originally thought that he could quickly find a way to revive his wife. He did not expect that in the divine world, reviving others was actually a very difficult matter. With the help of the Red Cloud Temple, although the 10 Miles Sword God had obtained a lot of resources and his cultivation had improved rapidly, he had indeed not made any progress in reviving his wife. Upon hearing the 10 Miles Sword God's words, Lin Ruomiao slowly said to him, "Let me take a look at your wife's current condition. I'm not very good at resurrection." Hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, the 10 Miles Sword God felt a trace of joy in his heart. Even though Lin Ruomiao said that he was not good at reviving, at least he now had a new hope. With Lin Ruomiao's strength, even if she couldn't help him resurrect his wife, she might be able to provide him with some other information. In the eyes of the 10 Miles Sword God, Lin Ruomiao's strength was in existence at the Godly King or even the Godly Emperor realm. "Senior, please follow me." As he spoke, Sword God 10 Miles took the lead and flew toward the mountain peak behind him. When the 10 Miles Sword God stood up, Lin Ruomiao also informed her family. He followed Sword God 10 Miles and flew toward the mountain peak behind him. Arriving at the entrance of the cave, Lin Ruomiao followed behind 10 Miles Sword God. Looking at the situation on both sides of the cave, the weather was different from the outside. The walls on both sides of the cave were covered in a layer of ice. The temperature inside the cave was much lower than outside. Following that, 10 Miles Sword God and Lin Ruomiao arrived at a place similar to an underground palace. In the center of the palace was a coffin. When he saw the coffin, the 10 Miles Sword God's eyes were filled with sadness. He caressed the coffin with his palm and slowly opened it. As soon as the coffin was opened, a gust of cold air blew into his face. Then, he saw a beautiful woman lying inside. Looking at the figure in the coffin, the 10 Miles Sword God said to Lin Ruomiao, "Senior, I'll have to trouble you to take a look." Lin Ruomiao nodded at the 10 Miles Sword God. Then, he released his spiritual sense and flashed it over the woman in the coffin. After Lin Ruomiao examined the matter of the 10 Miles Sword God's wife, the 10 Miles Sword God looked at Lin Ruomiao nervously. After a while, Lin Ruomiao slowly retracted her spiritual sense. Then, the voice of the 10 Miles Sword God sounded. "Senior, how can I have a way?" Lin Ruomiao shook her head when she heard the anticipation in the 10 Miles Sword God's words. "With my ability, one have no way to save her. Or rather, she has been dead for many years." When the 10 Miles Sword God heard Lin Ruomiao's words, his eyes dimmed a little, and tears appeared in his eyes. Lin Ruomiao's heart skipped a beat when she saw the 10 Miles Sword God like this. She continued, "However, if my master makes a move, he might be able to save your wife." "Really?" Upon hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, the 10 Miles Sword God seemed to have seen new hope as he spoke to Lin Ruomiao excitedly. "Yes, yes. Up until now, I've never seen anything that master can't solve." Lin Ruomiao looked at the 10 Miles Sword God in front of her and said slowly. Chapter 327, Chapter 327, Fairy just smiled at me, 1. Chapter 327, Fairy just smiled at me, 1. Above the Tian Yuan continent. Lin Ruomiao and the 10 Miles Sword God's figures flashed past in the air. After informing the Lin family, Lin Ruomiao brought the 10 Miles Sword and hurried back to Daong Town. As for the Heaven Queen, the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Emperor, they continued to guard there and cultivate the cultivation techniques that the 10 Miles Sword God had given them. In mid-air, Lin Ruomiao said slowly to the 10 Miles Sword God. 10 Miles Sword God, I know you want to revive your wife, but you still have to pay attention to something. Master is currently tempering his heart in the mortal world and playing around. When you go over, don't disturb his cultivation." When the Sword God of 10 Miles heard Lin Ruomiao's words, he nodded at her. It was not easy for him to find hope of reviving his wife again, so the 10 Miles Sword God paid close attention to every word Lin Ruomiao said. Lin Ruomiao looked at the 10 Miles Sword God and didn't say anything. Then, the two of them landed on the surface of Daong Town. In the small town, the Great Sun sect's disciples saw Lin Ruomiao, who had suddenly landed on the main street. Their eyes also turned towards her. "Fairy is back," a Great Sun sect disciple said slowly to his companion. Then, a Great Sun sect disciple looked in Lin Ruomiao's direction and took out a bamboo basket from his interspatial ring. "Fairy, you left it behind when you left last time." As he spoke, this Great Sun sect disciple was obviously a little shy and his face was slightly red. Lin Ruomiao looked at the Great Sun sect disciple in front of her and the bamboo basket in his hand. It was the bamboo basket that he had left in Daeong town when he sensed the aura of the 10-mile sword god chasing after him. Originally, he wanted to buy the ingredients that Xiao Changtian told him to buy again, but he didn't expect someone to send them to him. She slowly took the bamboo basket from his hand and smiled at him. "Thank you so much." The Great Sun sect disciple was stunned when he saw Lin Ruomiao smile. "No need." After saying these two words, the Great Sun sect disciple walked towards his companions. Lin Ruomiao watched the Great Sun sect disciple leave and said to the 10-mile sword god behind her, "Follow me. Master should be in the courtyard." After Lin Ruomiao left with the 10-mile sword god, the Great Sun sect disciple said excitedly among the group of Great Sun sect disciples. "Did you see that? Fairy smiled at me just now." They were the outer sect disciples of the Great Sun sect and usually patrolled the town in shifts. They had seen Lin Ruomiao many times, but for some reason, Lin Ruomiao was a cold goddess in their eyes. This was the first time they had seen Lin Ruomiao smile. "It seems that something good has happened to Fairy recently." A Great Sun sect disciple stroked his head and said slowly. Then, he saw the Great Sun sect disciple who was still immersed in it. "Little Jiu, you can't be thinking of love, right? Even if the fairy smiled at you, it's still something we can only dream of." "That's right. You should wash up and sleep. I'm afraid that you'll get hurt in the future. Don't say any more. Hurry up and do your work. Otherwise, we won't have any money for food this month." A group of Great Sun sect disciples surrounded a Great Sun sect disciple named Xiao Jiu and chattered. It was impossible to tell if they were envious or jealous. While the Great Sun sect disciples were talking in private, Lin Ruomiao brought the 10-mile sword god to Xiao Changtian's courtyard. "Come in with me." Lin Ruomiao held the bamboo basket in one hand and pointed at the courtyard in front of her body with the other as she spoke slowly to the 10-mile sword god behind her. As soon as he entered the courtyard, 10-mile sword god saw a dog holding a chess piece in each hand, playing chess by itself. Was this the legendary heaven-swallowing dog? The 10-mile sword god looked at Alpha at the door, feeling a little shocked. When he was in the Red Cloud Shrine, Sword God 10 Miles had also flipped through many ancient books in an attempt to find a way to revive his wife. While he was checking, the 10-mile sword god also knew about the existence of the heaven-swallowing dog. He did not expect to be lucky enough to see this legendary divine beast today. 10-mile sword god still wanted to observe his surroundings, but he saw that Lin Ruomiao had already walked forward. He also stopped sweeping his gaze around and immediately followed. At this moment, Xiao Changtian was playing with the goldfish in the pond in the backyard. He threw some food here and there. "That's right. You guys are just too lazy." Xiao Changtian looked at the goldfish swimming in the pond and said slowly. At the same time, Lin Ruomiao brought the 10-mile sword god to Xiao Changtian's side. "Master." Xiao Changtian heard Lin Ruomiao's voice and turned around. He saw Lin Ruomiao and the 10-mile sword god beside her. "It's Ruomiao. How is it? Have you bought all the ingredients?" Yes, they're all in the basket." As she spoke, Lin Ruomiao also showed Xiao Changtian the bamboo basket in her hand. Xiao Changtian smiled when he saw the bamboo basket. Then, he said to the courtyard. "Jiu, Ruomiao bought the ingredients. Take them and wash them." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Mu Jiuhuang hurriedly walked out of the courtyard. Lin Ruomiao passed the bamboo basket to Xiao Tian. When Mu Jiuhuang saw the sword god of 10 miles, she frowned. This person. Jiu, is there a problem? Xiao Tian looked at Mu Jiuhuang, who was holding the bamboo basket in a daze, and said slowly to her. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Mu Jiuhuang shook her head. No, master. Then, Mu Jiuhuang walked to the side with the bamboo basket. With master around, there was nothing to worry about. Everything was within master's calculations. When Mu Jiuhuang was looking at the 10-mile sword god, the 10-mile sword god was also looking at her. The empress was one of the people who had obstructed him on the Tian Yuan continent. It was rumored that the mysterious expert was the empress's master. Could it be that the person in front of him was the one who had caused him repeated setbacks back then? Sword god surely scanned Xiao Tian's body and found that he didn't have any aura. This meant that the person in front of him was far stronger than him. Sensing the gaze of the 10-mile sword god, Xiao Tian said to Lin Ruomiao. Ruomiao, this person looks unfamiliar. Why don't you introduce him? After Lin Ruomiao heard Xiao Tian's words, she also glanced at the 10-mile sword god. To be honest, she didn't know much about the 10-mile sword god either. Lin Ruomiao didn't collect much information about him either. She was only cultivating diligently. After Lin Ruomiao's signal, the 10-mile sword god also cupped his fists at Xiao Tian. Senior, I'm sword god 10 miles from Red Cloud Temple. Chapter 328, Chapter 328, The Revival of the 10-Mile Sword God's Wife, 1. Chapter 328, The Revival of the 10-Mile Sword God's Wife, 1. Xiao Tian's courtyard. Xiao Tian stood in front of Lin Lingmiao and 10-Mile Sword God. Red Cloud Temple, I know why you're here. Xiao Tian clapped his hands and said slowly. Then, he walked into his room. Looking at Xiao Tian's back, Sword God Lin surely was stunned. He hadn't even said anything, and Senior already knew. Then, Sword God 10 miles saw Xiao Tian walk out of his room. When he came out, he was holding a picture scroll in his hand. Very quickly, Xiao Tian arrived in front of 10 miles Sword God and slowly said to him. Take this. The last time he was wandering on the streets, Xiao Tian had met Divine King Red Cloud. At that time, he chatted with Deity King Red Cloud for a while before drinking in a small tavern on the street. During their chat, Deity King Red Cloud had also mentioned that he had a Red Cloud shrine and had several thousand disciples. Of course, Xiao Tian would only think that he was talking nonsense after he was drunk. After all, who in the cultivation world did not have the dream of cultivating immortality? Even though Deity King Red Cloud was already old, she had not given up on the pursuit of immortal cultivation. Following that, Divine King Red Cloud also said that she admired his calligraphy and painting. While chatting, Xiao Tian and Divine King Red Cloud felt like they were in the same boat. Xiao Tian thought that his paintings were not worth much, so he decided to give one to Deity King Red Cloud. Today, when he heard Sword God 10 miles mention Red Cloud Divine Hall, Xiao Tian immediately recalled this matter. He gave the painting he had just made to the 10 miles Sword God. 10 miles Sword God took the calligraphy from Tian, opened it and saw 10 words. Wildfire can't burn, but spring breeze can grow again. Then, 10 miles Sword God found himself in a place that was covered in flames. Under the burning flames, all the vitality in the surroundings quickly dissipated. The flames were devouring everything here. Then, after the flames died down, 10 miles Sword God saw the ground below burst with powerful life force again. Grass grew from the ground and soon covered the land. After that, other creatures appeared here, and the surroundings were filled with exuberant vitality. Feeling the exuberant vitality around him, tears flowed down from the 10 miles Sword God's eyes. Do you see? We'll meet soon. The 10 miles Sword God looked at the sky and muttered. After many years of hard work, he finally saw a glimmer of hope today. The life force contained in this painting was enough to activate the life force in his wife. And with his soul-chasing technique, he could return his wife's soul to her place. In that case, the wife of the 10 Miles Sword God would be truly resurrected. Xiao Changtian looked at the sword god of 10 miles who was holding the painting and standing there motionlessly. Tears were still flowing from his eyes. He said to him, "What's wrong with you? The wind is strong today. It's better not to stand here all the time. Sand can easily get into your eyes." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, 10 Miles Sword God also recovered from his mental world. He looked at Xiao Chang and kneeled down, saying slowly, "Thank you, Senior." Seeing the 10 Miles Sword God suddenly kneel down, Xiao Changtian quickly helped him up and said slowly, "There's no need to be like this. It's just a painting. Get up quickly and drink less in the future." Look at this guy's behavior should also be taken by the Red Cloud Divine King, often drinking, now may not be clear-headed. Kneeling to others at the drop of a hat, and one had to know that there was gold under a man's knees. After Xiao Changtian helped him up, 10 Miles Sword God said to him, "Senior, I will." Senior's cultivation was indeed a heaven-reaching existence. Not only did he know his purpose of coming here in advance, but he also knew that he was here. Moreover, he knew his actions in the divine world like the back of his hand. In the past, when he was in the divine world, he often drank to drown his sorrows because he missed his wife. He didn't expect Xiao Changtian to know about this. Xiao Changtian heard the words of the 10 Miles Sword God and slowly said to him, "Yes, why don't you sit inside?" Seeing the red eyes of the 10 Miles Sword God, Xiao Changtian also thought that the sand had a big impact on him. When Sword God 10 Miles heard Xiao Changtian's words, he also thanked him. "There's no need, Senior. I'll hurry back now." Xiao Changtian nodded and waved his hand. Thinking about how the 10 Miles Sword God had just arrived and was unfamiliar with him, it was understandable that he did not want to stay. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian also let Ruomiao send off 10 Miles Sword God. "All right, Ruomiao, send him off." "All right, Master." Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Lin Ruomiao also responded to him. Then, under Lin Ruomiao's lead, 10 Miles Sword God also left Xiao Changtian's courtyard. After leaving Xiao Changtian's courtyard, 10 Miles Sword God said to Lin Ruomiao. This time, it was all thanks to Senior's help. When Lin Ruomiao heard the 10 Miles Sword God's words, she slowly shook her head at him. "I only brought you to Master. The one who really helped you was Master. If you want to thank him, thank Master." Following that, Lin Ruomiao's figure also took the lead to fly out. In that small world, he also had his own family to arrange. After Lin Ruomiao left, the 10 Miles Sword God hurriedly followed. Soon, Lin Ruomiao and the 10 Miles Sword God arrived at the small world from before. After Lin Ruomiao and the 10 Miles Sword God arrived, Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor were also at the door. At this moment, the aura on their bodies had also risen to a new level. Judging from their auras, their cultivation levels were probably similar to that of a mid-level deity. Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor and Demon Emperor saw the 10 Miles Sword God and were about to thank him again when they saw the 10 Miles Sword God fly inside. Right now, 10 Miles Sword God had no time to care about the three of them. At this moment, his mind was completely focused on reviving his wife. After the 10 Miles Sword God left, Heaven Queen, Demon Emperor, and Demon Emperor saw Lin Ruomiao and were about to say something to her. They saw that Lin Ruomiao completely ignored them and directly walked in. Soon, in the cave on the mountain peak, Sword God 10 Miles took the scroll that Xiao Changtian had given him. He came to the coffin and placed him on top of it. Then, a fresh life force was emitted from the scroll and slowly poured into the coffin. When the life force was injected, the woman in the coffin also trembled slightly. When the life force in the painting stopped being injected, the woman in the coffin slowly opened her eyes. When the 10 Miles Sword God saw that the woman in the coffin was slowly waking up, tears flowed down his eyes again. Chapter 329, Chapter 329, Arrange Work for Tian, 1. Chapter 329, Arrange Work for Tian, 1. In the courtyard of the small world. A group of Lin family members stood in front of Lin Ruomiao. When the wife of the 10-mile sword god resurrected, Lin Ruomiao also looked towards the mountain peak. Looking through the void, it was as if he could see the two people hugging each other in the cave. At this moment, a child from the Lin family came to Lin Ruomiao's side and tugged at her skirt. "Big sister, I heard from Grandpa Chief that you want to bring us out, right?" Hearing the child's innocent voice, Lin Ruomiao slowly retracted her gaze. He stroked the Lin family's child's head and looked at the luggage he was carrying. "Yes, yes. Xiao Lin, have you packed the things you wanted to bring? Don't leave anything behind." Hearing Lin Ruomiao's words, the Lin family disciple named Xiao Lin nodded. Obviously, although they had lived in this small world for many years, they were still very interested in the outside world. "Grandpa Chief really didn't lie to me. One day, we will get out." After little Lin left, Lin Ruomiao looked at her father. "Father, I bought a house in Dayang town. Although it's not very big, you can live there in the future." After finding the Lin family, Lin Ruomiao busied herself with various matters and had already bought a house in the town. Even though there was a shortage of houses in Great Sun Town, with the help of Great Sun sect's disciples and Divine King Red Cloud, Lin Ruomiao managed to buy a house. After Lin Ruomiao's father heard her words, he nodded at her. He had also come to understand the situation after staying here for a while. As long as the entire Lin family was safe, this was more important than anything else. Very quickly, under Lin Ruomiao's lead, the Lin family also left this small world. When they parted ways, the Heaven Empress, the Demon Emperor, and the Demon Emperor also sent the Lin family off. After exchanging some pleasantries with Lin Ruomiao, the three of them also planned to head to the divine world. And since the 10-mile sword god and his wife had just gotten back together, Lin Ruomiao didn't disturb them. Very quickly, the small world that was originally filled with many people suddenly became a world of the 10-mile sword god and his wife. Xiao Changtian's courtyard. After Mu Jiuhuang processed the ingredients that Lin Ruomiao had bought, Xiao Changtian also let everyone sit in the courtyard and eat dinner. At the dining table, Xiao Changtian picked up a piece of green vegetables and stared at Tian. He then slowly spoke. "Tian, your little brother has been looking for you frequently recently. Is there something going on at home?" When Tian first came here, he was just a small cultivator who had just entered the sect. He had wanted to stay here and learn from the Great Sun Immortal, but it seemed that he could only see the Great Sun Immortal a few times. Originally, his younger brother had come to find him to ask about his cultivation. However, it was not right for him to come twice. Moreover, his servants had come out. Perhaps something had happened at home that could only be resolved by cultivators. Thinking about how Tian had helped him quite a bit during this period of time, he didn't ask for anything in return. Xiao Changtian took advantage of the time during dinner to ask if he could help. When Tian heard Xiao Changtian's words, he felt shock in his heart. It seemed that the matters of the divine court were also in Senior's grasp. Senior had helped him time and time again, so there was no need for him to hide anything. When he thought of this, Tian also put down his chopsticks and spoke to Xiao Changtian. "Senior is right. There is indeed a problem at home." As expected, when Xiao Changtian heard Tian's words, he also started to chew the food in his mouth. "You still have a lot of servants outside, right?" As the sound of Xiao Changtian's voice faded, not only Tian, even the Demon Emperor and Ice Emperor who were standing at the side were staring at Xiao Changtian. Could it be that the position of the 10 great generals of the divine court is also in Senior's grasp? Upon hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Tian's tone became even more respectful. "Yes, Senior." Upon seeing Tian lowering his head with a solemn expression, Xiao Changtian sighed in his heart. Seems like the troubles in Tian's clan were truly not small. How about this? I also opened a bookstore here. Why don't you come with me to take a look later? Maybe I can give you a job or something. Although Tian had food and lodging here, he basically didn't have much income. He still has so many servants to pay. We can't help him with the matters of the immortal cultivators, but we can find a job for Tian to earn some money and pay him. Bookstore. Senior, do you mean that you want me to go to the bookstore? Tian felt some excitement in his heart when he heard Xiao Changtian's words. It wasn't like he hadn't read the books written by Xiao Changtian. The things described in those books, the experts, seemed to be the records of ancient secrets. The senior was willing to let him manage the bookstore. Was this a sign of trust in him? Xiao Changtian saw the excited expression on Tian's face and revealed a faint smile. It seemed like Tian was indeed short of money now. He had just said that he wanted to introduce a job to him and he was already so happy. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Changtian slowly spoke to Tian. Yes, yes. As they spoke, Tian, Xiao Changtian and the others had almost finished eating. Standing up from his chair, Xiao Changtian slowly spoke to Tian. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Upon seeing how happy Tian was earlier, Xiao Changtian felt that since he didn't have anything else to do, he might as well help him complete his task today. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Tian also hurriedly stood up from the dining table. Thank you, senior. At the same time, Xiao Changtian also saw the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor behind Tian. He also spoke to them. The two of you can follow me. The Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor heard Xiao Changtian's words and thanked him. Then, Xiao Changtian walked out first and saw Alpha at the door. At this time, we can go out and walk the dog. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian also came to Alpha's side and patted his forehead. Alpha, let's go. I'll take you out for a walk. And the old turtle in the pond, seeing that you've been quite obedient for a while, come over too. After the black tortoise in the pond heard Xiao Changtian's voice, it also hurriedly climbed onto the fat Rongrong's head. Fatty, stop sleeping. Master wants us to follow him out. Hearing Black Tortoise's words, the fat Rongrong slowly opened her eyes. Boss, what did you say just now? Didn't you say a while ago that we should behave ourselves? Hearing this, Black Tortoise also patted the fat Rongrong's head. Fatty, one think you're just not awake yet. Master asked us to follow you out. Oh. Being patted by Black Tortoise like this, the fat Rongrong also sobered up a bit, following which she also walked out of the courtyard. Chapter 330, He really swindled both money and women. Chapter 330, He really swindled both money and women. 1. Outside Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Xiao Changtian, Tian, the Ice Emperor, and the Devil Emperor stood side by side. And in front of them were Alpha, Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong. Follow me. Xiao Changtian stared at Tian and the others before him as he slowly spoke. After Xiao Changtian took a few steps, Alpha also looked into the courtyard. Ant, aren't you going to help Master? In the bamboo forest in the courtyard, the chaos ant was climbing on a bamboo. When it heard Alpha's voice, the two antennae on its head moved. Then, a silver light flashed across the two antennae of the chaos ant. At the same time, a silver light silently enveloped Xiao Changtian and the others. Then, Xiao Changtian appeared not far from the bookstore. As for Tian and the others, they were all filled with reverence when they saw Xiao Changtian in a new location. Although they had lived in the courtyard for a while, they rarely saw Xiao Changtian fight. As they arrived at a new place, they felt Xiao Changtian's terror. The bookstore is just ahead. Upon seeing this familiar street, Xiao Changtian turned around and smiled at Tian and the others. After that, under Xiao Changtian's lead, Tian, the Ice Emperor, and the Demon Emperor slowly arrived in front of the bookstore. And as Xiaochang Tian and the others walked towards the bookstore, Black Tortoise standing on the fat Rongrong also said to the fat Rongrong below. Fatty, it's not easy to come out. Let's go somewhere else. Hearing Black Tortoise's words, the fat Rongrong also slowly raised her head, saying to Black Tortoise above. Boss, this isn't very good. It's okay. We're just nearby. We won't be too far. The Black Tortoise's 4 limbs and the head of its head extended out of its turtle shell. Hurry up, Fatty. I heard the voice of a woman asking for help. The fat Rongrong heard Black Tortoise say this and scratched the back of her head. Alright, boss. Where should we go? This way. Black Tortoise grabbed the fat Rongrong, pointing in a direction, saying to the fat Rongrong. At this moment, in a pavilion. A short Taoist priest in a Taoist robe was sitting in a bath, and beside him were a few women in revealing clothes. Official, how is this song? A girl was sitting in the bath like the Taoist priest, her hands dangling from the Taoist priest's body. He pointed at the woman playing the song in front of him and said slowly to the Taoist priest. Not bad, not bad. Continue. The Taoist priest had a look of enjoyment on his face, and his hand was still on the waist of the woman beside him. The woman's eyes lit up when she was hugged by the Taoist priest. She made a gesture to the woman playing the song in front of her. Then, a sharp ray of light flew out from the woman's hand and attacked the Taoist priest. You finally revealed your true colors. The moment the sharp light flew out, the Taoist priest's internet connection changed and he pushed the woman beside him away. He leaped up and dodged the fatal blow. Damn it! Seeing that her attack had missed, the woman who was playing the tune shouted loudly. Hanging from the ceiling, the Taoist priest looked at the women below. Isn't the current Nine-Tail clan a little too arrogant? They've come to harm this old man. However, your acting skills are a little too bad. I'm just an old man. How can a woman take the initiative to approach me? When the women below heard the Taoist priest's words, they looked at each other and their expressions changed. Then, they gathered their true essence and a few demon foxes appeared in front of the Taoist priest. I wonder how strong the demon foxes in the lower realm are. Forget it. Since one have nothing to do, I'll play with you. Sisters, go. A demon fox shouted loudly. Then, a few demon foxes pounced on the Taoist priest above. Io, do you have to be so fierce? This old man can't take it. Taoist's figure flashed and dodged the attack of one fox demon. Then, another fox demon pounced from the other side. Taoist priest, you talk too much. After failing to bump the Taoist several times, the demon fox's eyes were filled with anger. This old man is already so old. I don't know how long he can live. If I don't say it now, I won't have a chance in the future. Taoist looked at the fox demon in front of him, took out a gourd bottle from his waist, and drank a mouthful. When the demon foxes heard the Taoist priest's words, the anger on their faces increased. This Taoist priest was toying with them. Sisters, let's attack together. A demon fox shouted loudly. Then, a few demon foxes pounced on the Taoist priest. Basically, the Taoist priest's escape route was sealed. I wanted to play a little longer, but seeing you guys like this, you can't blame me. Then, the Taoist priest took a step forward with his left foot, and a huge golden array appeared beside him. When this array appeared, the demon foxes that pounced on him felt their bodies being frozen by a force. Destroy. The Taoist priest said casually. Then, golden pillars of light rose from the array. The beam of light passed through the bodies of the demon foxes, and with a bang, the demon foxes dissipated into the air. Then, a jade stone fell from one of the demon foxes. The Taoist priest walked over and picked up the jade on the ground. It looks pretty good. I wonder if it was obtained by sucking humans dry. It's really a scam. However, this thing seems to have something else. The Taoist priest muttered and then gathered his true essence. When the Taoist priest injected his true essence, the Nine-Tail First Elder, who was sitting cross-legged in the distant Nine-Tail clan, slowly opened his eyes. Looks like those trash have already failed. They can't even find anyone. As he said that, the Nine-Tailed Fox First Elder waved his hand, and a wave of energy was emitted from his hand. At this moment, the jade in the Taoist priest's hand also turned into powder and fell to the ground. Boring, but I seem to have seen this technique somewhere before. The Taoist priest muttered as he picked up the gourd bottle at his waist and took another sip. On the other side, Black Tortoise brought the fat Rongrong to this pavilion. Arriving in front of a storeroom in the attic, Black Tortoise said to the fat Rongrong, "Fatty, hurry up. It's just in front." Hearing Black Tortoise's words, the fat Rongrong also pushed open the storeroom's door, slowly walking in. They saw that the women were tied up and had a cotton cloth stuffed in their mouths. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." Black Tortoise stood on the fat Rongrong's head, speaking to the woman in the storeroom. Then, a green light flew out of the Black Tortoise's body and flew towards the women. Chapter 331, Chapter 331, Senior, You're Really a God. _I. Chapter 331, Senior, You're Really a God. _I. Attic Utility Room. The green light flew out from the Black Tortoise and landed on the women. In an instant, the rope on the woman's body and the cotton cloth on her mouth fell off. "Monster, don't come near me." A woman who had just escaped hid in a corner, her hands covering her head, speaking into the fat Rongrong's body. Previously, when he was receiving guests in the attic, he was suddenly captured by a group of foxes and brought here. Not only was he tied up here for no reason, but he was also not given food or water. He was simply inhumane. Now, there was a panda and an ugly turtle. They did not know what they were going to do to them. Black Tortoise originally thought that he would be flattered, but hearing this woman's words, he turned to the fat Rongrong and said, "Fatty, what did she just say?" "Boss, she seemed to say that there are monsters." The fat Rongrong scratched the back of her head, saying to the Black Tortoise on her head, "Monster? One understand. This group of women is under the pressure of the demons. We have to defeat the demons as soon as possible. Save them from it, and they will be completely subdued by this Sea King." Hearing Black Tortoise's words, the fat Rongrong also echoed, "Boss is mighty. When the time comes, they will definitely obediently throw themselves into our arms." Yes, the fat one is really getting better at talking. Let's go and fight the monsters. When Black Tortoise heard Fatty's words, he was very happy and said slowly to him, "Alright, let's go fight the demons." The fat Rongrong said so, and also brought Black Tortoise out of the storeroom. And after Black Tortoise and the fat Rongrong left, the women in the storeroom stood up and gathered together. "Sisters, what did that ugly turtle say just now? Will it come again?" A woman said with some lingering fear. "I don't know. We should leave quickly before they notice us." After not eating or drinking for a few days, these women were already starving. They immediately wanted to walk out. The other women nodded in agreement. And at this moment the fat Rongrong also brought Black Tortoise to the room Taoist had just been in. Looking at the hot bath in front of her, the fat Rongrong said to Black Tortoise, "Boss, it seems like all the demons are dead. Damn it, who stole my limelight? Don't let me find out." Black Tortoise also sensed that there were still some remnants of the demon fox's aura and the Taoist priest's aura here. Looking at the situation here, it was obvious that those demon foxes had all died. "Let's go, Fatty. Time is precious. Hurry up and find the next one." Black Tortoise saw that his hope had been destroyed, and hurriedly said to the fat Rongrong, "Alright, boss, where should we go next?" Fatty Rongrong heard Black Tortoise's words and slowly asked. Let's take a walk around first. Black Tortoise was silent for a moment before responding. At this moment, the Taoist priest had also arrived in front of the junk in the attic. Beauty, it's not that I didn't save you before, but the service of those demon foxes is really good. The Taoist priest muttered as he drank the wine in the gourd bottle. Then, he looked ahead and saw that the door to the storeroom was wide open. Not a single person. The Taoist priest looked at the storeroom in surprise. That shouldn't be the case. The Taoist priest muttered. Could it be that other cultivators have come in? Following that, a token on the Taoist priest's waist flashed, and the Taoist priest's eyes moved together with his hands. I've finally waited for you. In front of the bookstore, Xiao Tian spoke to Tian, the Ice Emperor, and the Devil Emperor. We're here. Come in and take a look. When they arrived in front of the store, the young man in the store obviously knew Xiao Tian and quickly went up to welcome him. When Tian heard Xiao Tian's words, he also planned to enter the bookstore. Tian had just taken a step forward when the Ice Emperor's hand blocked his path. Master, be careful. Tian saw the Ice Emperor suddenly standing in front of him as a look of puzzlement appeared on his face. He slowly spoke. What's wrong? Master, look carefully. There's a complicated formation in front of us. At this moment, the Devil Emperor also came to Tian's side as he spoke. Formation. After Tian heard the words of the Devil Emperor, he slowly turned his gaze over. True essence gathered in his eyes, and his eyes instantly lit up. It was indeed as the Demon Empress and the others had said. A golden array formation was right in front of them. It looks like the primordial swallowing sky array. Tian mumbled. This great chaos devouring formation was one of the best formations in the divine realm back then. The offensive power of this array formation was not strong. What was strong was his hallucination ability. Back then, during the Divine World War, an array master had used this primordial chaos heaven devouring array to trap a few god monarch realm experts for 7 days and 7 nights. By the time they broke out of the formation, their deployment had already been wiped out. Senior has already entered. It seems that the formation has no effect on him. The Ice Emperor looked at Xiao Tian, who was unaffected by the formation, and said slowly. Senior, you're really a god. The Demon Emperor looked at Xiao Tian and sighed. Even with his Emperor God cultivation base, he wasn't confident that he could walk out of the array. However, to Xiao Tian, the array was as if it didn't exist. But who is it that actually set up this array in Senior's bookstore? Tian looked at the formation in front of him and muttered. After Xiao Tian exchanged a few words with the young man in the shop, the person in charge of the bookstore came out to receive him. As for Xiao Tian, they naturally treated him respectfully. It's like this. Xiao Tian also told the person in charge about his purpose of coming here. Don't worry, we have arranged everything. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, the person in charge nodded at him. After giving his instructions, Xiao Tian saw that Tian and the others were still standing motionlessly outside the door. He could not help but walk out and say to them. Why are you standing outside the door? Come in and take a look. This was where they would work and earn a living in the future. How could they be so restrained? Upon seeing Xiao Tian, Tian wanted to tell him about the formation. Xiao Tian grabbed his hand and walked towards the bookstore. After Tian was pulled away by Xiao Tian, the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor exchanged glances before hurriedly following behind. After that, under the gazes of Tian and the others, Xiao Tian led them into the grand formation. Not far from the bookstore, the Taoist priest was flying in the air. Someone else came in. Very good. I finally caught you this time. The Taoist priest held the token on his waist and felt the changes on it. Then, he sat cross-legged in the air and threw the token forward. Go! The Taoist priest's hand contained golden light as he operated the token in front of him. While the Taoist was casting his spell, the sky-swallowing array under Xiao Changtian and the others also started to operate. Chapter 332, Chapter 332:1 Worried Too Much, 1. Chapter 332:1 Worried Too Much, 1. Outside the bookstore. Xiao Changtian, Tian, the Demon Emperor, and the Ice Emperor were all walking within the formation. Not good, someone was controlling this array. The Ice Emperor could feel the formation beneath her feet slowly turning, and she looked forward. Tian, Xiao Changtian and the others had already disappeared. The surroundings had turned into the forbidden grounds of the Fire Dragon King. The situation at the Demon Empress was similar. Everything in front of her had already become the square of the Heaven Demon sect. My lord. The Demon Emperor and Ice Emperor who were in the illusion said at the same time. At this moment, in midair, the Taoist priest stood in front of his chest with both hands and continuously injected true essence into the token in front of him. Beside the token were a few circular light screens. The scene in the light screen was the reaction of the Ice Emperor and Xiao Changtian. Taoist smiled when he saw the Ice Emperor and Demon Emperor's expressions on the screen. I didn't expect to see two godly emperors in the lower realm. Looks like my trip wasn't in vain. Taoist frowned when he saw Xiao Changtian. Something was wrong. This guy should have lost his way in the primordial Chaos Heaven Devouring array. No matter how he looked at it, he did not seem to be affected at all. The direction he was heading in was exactly the same as the direction of the bookstore. Tian, who was within the formation, was also feeling somewhat nervous. However, the scene in his eyes had also completely changed. What entered his eyes was completely the scene of the divine court in the past. Xiao Changtian, who was walking in front, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned around. The Demon Empress and the Ice Empress were walking towards each other. They were only a step away from colliding. Not only that, but the way he walked was very strange. He even shook his butt, which was really eye-catching. As for Tian, although she was holding his hand, his head was still looking backwards, as though he was attracted by the two of them. Damn it, were these people doing acrobatics? However, not many people watched it, and it wouldn't earn money, right? Just as Xiao Changtian was thinking this, Alpha, who was beside him, stopped and saw Xiao Changtian's expression. Not good, Master was not happy. Alpha said in his heart. Looking at the primordial swallowing sky array under his feet, his eyes became sharp. True essence flickered under Alpha's feet, and then a huge heaven chessboard rose under his feet. The moment the great chaos swallowing array touched the heaven chessboard, it instantly collapsed. Originally, he thought that the formation was not offensive, and Xiao Changtian did not say anything, so Alpha did not care. However, this formation made Changtian unhappy. He had to break it. To a certain extent, Alpha's heaven chessboard could be said to be the strongest array formation in the heavens. This primordial chaos heaven devouring array and whatnot were all trash in front of him. And the moment Alpha broke through the primordial swallowing sky array, the Demon Empress and Ice Empress, who were in the array, also recovered. After recovering, the two of them looked at each other with lingering fear. Then, they looked at the array under their feet. The great chaos swallowing array had been broken. The Demon Empress and the Ice Empress were both shocked and they saw that the grand array under their feet had already ceased to exist. After that, he hurriedly walked towards Xiao Changtian and Tian. Tian had also recovered. When he saw the damaged grand immemorial sky devouring formation beneath his feet, as well as the Ice Emperor and Demon Emperor before him, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, everyone was fine. He was also immersed in the grand array just now and had not recovered. If not for the fact that this grand array had broken through and shattered, they might have been trapped inside and could not get out. At this moment, Changtian's voice slowly came over. What's wrong with you guys? Hurry up and come in to take a look. Don't think about anything else. He didn't know what these people were thinking. They actually thought of performing acrobatics here. If they were a few experienced drivers with superb skills, it would be fine. However, if a few old men did not use anything and performed acrobatics here, there would be people watching, right? Upon hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Tian hurriedly brought the Demon Emperor and Ice Emperor along as he followed behind Xiao Changtian. Senior was telling him not to worry. The primordial swallowing sky array was clearly nothing in Senior's eyes. The person who was secretly controlling the array formation was clearly under the control of the senior. Because I've been too worried, I've finally come to a conclusion. As he thought of this in his heart, Tian followed Xiao Changtian into the bookstore. Xiao Changtian came to the bookstore manager and said slowly, "Buddy, these few aren't very familiar with this place." After the person in charge heard Xiao Changtian's words, he hurriedly brought Tian and the other two to the bookstore for a stroll. When the array shattered, the Taoist priest sitting in midair saw the token in front of him tremble. Following that, it emitted a buzzing sound and lost its light as it fell from the sky. Then, the light screens beside him shattered. The scene on the screen had completely disappeared. Taoist looked at the sudden situation in front of him and was somewhat unable to react. It seems that the method to break the array mentioned in the book really exists. The Taoist priest stood up in midair and muttered. Then, he took out a book from his pocket. It was the book he bought from Xiao Changtian's bookstore. In a story told in this book, the protagonist broke through a large confinement array in 15 minutes. My immemorial sky swallowing array is not inferior to the array mentioned in the book. Ever since it was used, no one has been able to break it in a short period of time. At that time, Patriarch even relied on this array to make a name for himself in the divine realm. Could it be that the owner of this bookstore is also an array master? If we can obtain his help, we might be able to rebuild the glory of our Xiaoyao school in the divine realm. The Taoist priest looked at the book in his hand and muttered. At this moment, the space around him changed. Specks of starlight suddenly appeared under the Taoist priest's feet. Then, a huge chessboard covered the space he was in. Could it be the owner of the bookstore? The Taoist priest looked at the changes around him in a daze, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. Judging from the situation where the other party had just broken through his primordial chaos heaven devouring array, it was not unreasonable for them to find him so quickly. Who is it? I wonder if you can come out and meet me. The Taoist priest's spiritual sense bloomed, but he could not sense any aura around him. Then, as the Taoist priest spoke, a huge divine dog phantom appeared in front of him. Disturbing master, die. A domineering and unquestionable voice exploded in the Taoist priest's mind. Just hearing this voice, Taoist felt the blood in his body churn. He hurriedly mobilized the true essence in his body to stabilize his spiritual world. Then, the Taoist priest looked forward and saw a huge phantom of a divine dog appear in front of him. Chapter 333, Chapter 333, Are you interested in the books in the store? Chapter 333, Are you interested in the books in the store? _1. In midair. The Taoist priest looked at the phantom of the divine dog in front of him in shock, his mouth trembling. This is the heaven-swallowing dog. The ancient records left behind by the founder once recorded that the carefree sex array formation was comprehended by him when he saw the battle between the heaven-swallowing dog and the higher beings. I didn't expect to be lucky enough to see it today. From the looks of it, he was also the one who broke the primordial heaven devouring array. Thinking of this, Taoist immediately knelt down in front of the heaven-swallowing dog. Senior, I know it was my fault for setting up the formation in the bookstore, but I really have no ill intentions towards you. Originally, he just wanted to confirm whether the things in the book were true or false. Who would have thought that it would actually shock a divine beast like the heaven-swallowing dog? With the heaven-swallowing dog's experience, the books probably contained ancient secrets. The heaven-swallowing dog looked at the Taoist kneeling in front of it and thought that he didn't attack Tian just now. He didn't show any killing intent. The celestial chessboard under his feet lit up, and Taoist felt a huge force pressing down on his body. It's also because you don't have any ill intentions towards Master. Otherwise, you would be a corpse now. As for the rest, you can say it in front of Master. As the heaven-swallowing dog spoke, Taoist's body fell from midair and finally landed in front of the bookstore. Bang! The Taoist priest's body fell in front of the bookstore with a loud bang. A young man in the bookstore saw a person suddenly fall from the sky and hurriedly walked in. At this moment, in the bookstore, Tian and Alpha kept rubbing against his feet. Tian looked at Alpha at his feet and squatted down to rub his head. Is there something going on outside? Usually, when Alpha rubbed against him like this, something happened. Then, Tian heard a loud bang coming from outside. Did something really happen outside? At this moment, the young man from the bookstore came to Tian and said slowly. Senior, something bad happened. Someone just fell from the sky. Someone fell from the sky. Could it be that there was a cultivator? Tian was also stunned when he heard the young man's words. Then he saw Alpha walk out first. Yes, let's go out and take a look. Tian said slowly to the young man in the bookstore. If someone fell in front of his bookstore, it would affect the bookstore's business if he didn't handle it well. Upon seeing Tian leaving, Tian also spoke to the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor. It seems that the person controlling the array formation just now has been captured by Senior. Upon hearing Tian's words, the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor nodded. Outside the bookstore, he saw Taoist priest lying on the ground. At this moment, the Taoist priest slowly stood up from the ground and shook his head. He covered his forehead with his hand. It was obvious that he hadn't recovered from falling from the sky. Senior, it's him. The young man in the bookstore pointed at the Taoist priest in front of him and said slowly to Tian. Seeing the Taoist priest in front of the bookstore, Tian slowly walked over. This fellow had fallen from the sky and did not seem to have any scratches on his skin. Moreover, the clothes on his body made him look like a cultivator without a doubt. For some reason, it fell in front of his bookstore. While Tian was looking at the Taoist also saw Tian. Tian was wearing a green robe, his face was handsome, and he looked like a gentleman. Taoist was about to say something to Tian when he saw Alpha at Tian's feet. What was this? The Taoist priest took a look, and then the phantom of the heaven-swallowing dog appeared in his spiritual world again. Was this the senior heaven-swallowing dog from earlier? Looking at the shadow of the sky-devouring dog in front of him, the Taoist priest instinctively felt a trace of fear. It was obvious that the fall from the sky had cast a shadow on him. Then, Taoist saw Alpha snuggling up to Tian, looking obedient. He couldn't help but think of what the heaven-swallowing dog had said when it was dropping. Master? Could it be that the person in front of him was the owner of the heaven-swallowing dog? Tian watched as the Taoist priest in front of him looked at him and then at his feet. What was wrong with this immortal cultivator? Could it be that he had taken a fancy to him? However, he knew his aptitude. He did not have any talent for cultivation at all. With this thought in mind, Tian also walked towards the Taoist priest. Are you all right? After thinking about it, Tian felt that he should ask if the Taoist priest was injured. After all, he had just fallen from the sky, and he didn't know if he had any injuries. Tian didn't know what to say to the others. However, they only knew a little about the rules of the immortal cultivators. If they accidentally said something, it would not be good if they were slapped to death. Are you all right? Tian's words flashed in the Taoist priest's mind as he looked at Tian's smile. He didn't know why, but Tian's smile was like a devil in his eyes. The Taoist immediately cupped his fists at Xiao Changtian and said slowly. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Senior? Xiao Changtian heard the Taoist priest's words and was a little confused. Why did this cultivator call him a mortal senior? Then, Xiao Changtian looked at the bookstore behind him and seemed to understand. Are you also interested in the books in the shop? Xiao Changtian pointed at the books in front of his bookstore and said slowly to the Taoist priest. When the Taoist heard Xiao Changtian's words, he quickly said to him. Yes, I admire the books in the shop. Then, the Taoist priest took out a book from his bosom. It was the book that described the method to break the array. Seeing the Taoist priest take out the books from his bookstore, Xiao Changtian confirmed his thoughts. It seemed that this cultivator was undoubtedly his fan. No wonder he called him senior. Given his cultivation as an immortal cultivator, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to detect that he was the owner of this bookstore. However, this fellow's strength did not seem to be that strong. After all, this old Taoist seemed to be quite old. If he was a cultivator with extraordinary strength, he would have gone around to show off. He might even be the ancestor of a sect. Why did it fall from the sky? As he thought about this, Xiao Changtian also sized up the Taoist priest. Being stared at by Xiao Changtian, Taoist felt his heart go numb. He didn't know what Xiao Changtian would do to him. After all, he had set up a formation here. While Taoist was feeling nervous, he saw Xiao Changtian slowly walking into the bookstore. Chapter 334, Chapter 334, Treasure Map. Chapter 334, Treasure Map. In front of the bookstore. Xiao Changtian walked out of the bookstore with a few books in his hands. He came to the front of the Taoist priest and handed the book in his hand to him. Then, he slowly said to him. Taoist priest, take these books and read them. Although this old Taoist was a poor cultivator, he was still an immortal. Today, she had landed in front of her bookstore and was interested in her books. If she gave him a few books, he might be grateful. Later, he would even help him promote it among the group of cultivators. Wouldn't his bookstore's business be even more popular this way? The Taoist priest looked at the book that Xiao Changtian handed over, and his face was a little dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he thought Xiao Changtian was going to punish him. He didn't expect Xiao Changtian to give him a few books. Could it be that Senior wanted to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf? Thinking of this, the Taoist priest slowly took the book from Xiao Changtian's hand and said to him. This junior is Dao Kong. Thank you, Senior. Xiao Changtian nodded in satisfaction when he saw how grateful Dao Kong was. As he had expected, this Taoist priest had a special liking for his books. This way, when he went back and promoted her, she would be able to make a fortune. Following that, Xiao Changtian helped Dao Kong up. He did not dare to be negligent when a cultivator bowed to him. When he saw Xiao Changtian treating him so well, Dao Kong felt even more grateful towards Xiao Changtian. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and took out a map from his pocket, giving it to Xiao Changtian. Senior, this is a treasure map from my sect. Please accept it. When he saw Dao Kong suddenly give him a map, Xiao Changtian took it from his hands. Although Xiao Changtian could see that the painting on the map was really terrible. But after all, it was something that was given by others. He had to rely on others to promote him, so he could not give them face, right? Xiao Changtian took the map from Dao Kong and opened it to take a look. Although it wasn't very good, it looked like the legendary treasure map. These lines were crooked and not very clear. It was understandable that the treasure map was not drawn well. After all, the people who hid the treasures were always thinking about setting up all kinds of puzzles for those who were looking for treasures. However, he did not know how much the treasures on the treasure map were worth. With that thought in mind, Xiao Changtian said to Dao Kong. I wonder how many people there are in your sect. If it was a treasure map of a big sect, then he would go out and look for it according to this map. He might be able to find a fortune. At that time, he could rummage through his courtyard, go to the town for a few drinks, or bring his disciples out to have fun. As he thought about this, a smile appeared on his face. While Xiao Changtian was fantasizing about his future, Dao Kong said slowly to Xiao Changtian. Senior, in my generation, I'm the only one left in the sect. Indeed, the number of disciples in the Xiaoyao sect had been decreasing in recent generations. In this generation, he was the only one left. This was also the reason why Dao Kong wanted to look for Xiao Changtian when he saw the books in the bookstore when he came to the Tian Yuan continent. If they could get Xiao Changtian's help, then the carefree sect would be able to reach its peak again. What was that? Only one person. Xiao Changtian was stunned when he heard Dao Kong's words. He had originally thought that this old Taoist was an outer sect disciple of some large sect. This treasure map could bring him a lot of expenses. He didn't expect the entire sect to be his own. He didn't know if he was the only one who stood on his own. When he thought of this, Xiao Changtian still consoled Dao Kong. It's okay. Take your time. It's okay. When Dao Kong heard Xiao Changtian's words, he nodded slowly at him. Thank you, Senior. It seems that Senior knows everything about the carefree sect like the back of his hand. Xiao Changtian looked at Dao Kong and nodded slowly. At this moment, Tian and the others also walked out of the bookstore. Upon seeing Tian and the others, Xiao Changtian also spoke. How is it? Are you satisfied with your work? When Tian and the others heard Xiao Changtian's words, they nodded to him. In the bookstore just now, their cultivation had increased quite a bit. The Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor's books were even more captivating. According to the ice control method and demonization method described in the book, they all had a new understanding of their cultivation methods. Seeing the satisfied expressions on Tian and the others' faces, Xiao Changtian also nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, Xiao Changtian slowly said to them. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian patted Alpha at his feet and led him back to the courtyard. After Xiao Changtian took a few steps, Alpha also transmitted his voice to the chaos ants in the courtyard. Got it. Before Alpha could speak, the chaos ant said slowly to him. Next, under Tian's gaze, Xiao Changtian's body shone with a silver light as he disappeared from the spot. Spatial energy, and it's an exquisite spatial energy. Dao Kong said slowly as he watched Xiao Changtian leave. After that, Dao Kong also saw Tian and the others. He could not help but say to them. You are the Lord of the Divine Court. Tian stared at Dao Kong when he heard him reveal his identity. The Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor, who were beside him, activated the true essence in their bodies to guard against Dao Kong. Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in you. I just didn't expect that you would actually be here with such a senior. If that's the case, wouldn't those fellows from the Divine Realm all die if they came? Dao Kong looked at Tian and said slowly. When Tian heard Dao Kong's words, he waved his hand at the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor beside him. I think I've seen you before. You're talking about Dao Kong from the Carefree sect. I didn't expect you to grow to this extent. I didn't expect the Master of the Divine Court to still remember me. With that, the two of them walked together and started talking. As he spoke, Dao Kong gained more information about Xiao Changtian. Tian also knew more about the situation in the Carefree sect in the Divine Realm. Are you saying that Senior is playing a big game of chess, and Senior didn't care about me just now because he likes me? As he spoke, Dao Kong was slightly shocked as well. Yes. I keep feeling that Senior wouldn't be tempering his heart in the mortal world for no reason. You should be happy that you were chosen as a chess piece. Tian looked at Dao Kong before him and replied. That's true. As long as we can restore the glory of the Carefree sect, what's wrong with being a chess piece? Dao Kong nodded in agreement. He looked in the direction Xiao Changtian had just left, and his eyes were filled with deep meaning. Chapter 335, Chapter 335, Recruiting Soldiers, 1. Chapter 335, Recruiting Soldiers, 1. Xiao Changtian's courtyard. Xiao Changtian was in the storeroom in the courtyard. After fiddling around for a while, he walked out with a bamboo basket on his back. This way, everything is ready. Seeing Mu Jiuhuang sitting by the pond, Xiao Changtian waved at her. Jiu, I'm going out for a while. I'll leave this courtyard to you. Yes, master. Mu Jiuhuang saw Xiao Changtian carrying a bamboo basket and agreed. Master usually stays in the courtyard. I'm afraid something big has happened when he went out personally this time. I still have to remind those people in Dynasty. After saying goodbye to Mu Jiuhuang, Xiao Changtian walked into the bamboo forest. I'll bring you along this time. Staying in the courtyard is also a problem. Xiao Changtian grabbed the chaos ant from the bamboo forest, looked at him and said slowly. After hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the chaos ant slowly climbed onto Xiao Changtian's shoulder. Alpha, stay and guard the house. Jiu, is a girl. If there's anyone, you can take care of them. Xiao Changtian said slowly to Alpha when he saw him at the gate of the courtyard. Then, Xiao Changtian heard a rustling sound coming from the top of the house. Oh, I forgot about you. Come with me too. Otherwise, I don't know how much trouble you'll bring to Jiu. Xiao Changtian smiled at the monkey on the roof. This monkey's mischievousness was comparable to the turtle from before. Squeak squeak squeak. Hearing Xiao Changtian's words, the monkey let out a squeaking sound and jumped down from the roof happily. Just like that, the man, monkey, and ant left the courtyard. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, Xiao Changtian saw Su Daji coming back from outside. She was holding a bucket. Apparently, she had just come back from hanging clothes outside. Su Daji saw Xiao Changtian was ready to go and smiled at him. Master, It's Daji. Master recently obtained a treasure map and plans to go out and investigate. Xiao Changtian looked at Su Daji and said slowly. The money from the treasure map was one of the reasons Xiao Changtian was determined to find the treasure. The other reason was that he wanted to see if there were any powerful cultivation techniques. Although these disciples he had taken in were diligent in the courtyard and did not complain about anything. However, Xiao Changtian knew very well that when some of them had just become his disciples, the system had told him that they were extremely talented. He was just a mortal. Other than teaching them the 4 arts, he should also try not to waste their talent, right? Although the Taoist priest said that there was only one person in his sect, he was still an immortal cultivator, right? Perhaps the treasure map contains secret manuals and pills. It would be good for his disciples to use them. After all, what the system gave him was too ridiculous. He couldn't even read it. I wonder where Shizhuan is going to investigate. Do you need Daji's help? Su Daji smiled back at Xiao Changtian. I can go to the Beast Emperor mountain range myself. You stay here and help. Jiu. Although Xiao Changtian also hoped that someone could help him, after all, treasures were usually found in poor mountains and mountains, with demon beasts everywhere. As a mortal, it would not be easy to deal with demonic beasts. However, even if Su Daji was a girl with no cultivation like him, if she encountered a demon beast, she would probably die together. Beast Emperor Mountain Range? That's Daji's hometown. Daji hasn't been back for a while. I wonder if I can follow Shizhuan this time. Su Daji lowered her head. Xiao Changtian must have his reasons for not letting her go. He did not know if he would make his master unhappy by saying this. After all, with his master's cultivation, it was impossible for him not to notice that his hometown was in the Beast Emperor mountain range. Moreover, the Nine-Tail clan had indeed not returned for a while. He did not know how his clansmen were doing. After all, he had never returned after escaping. Daji's hometown was in the Beast Emperor mountain range. Xiao Changtian was stunned when he heard Su Daji's words. Su Daji had also met her by chance. She did not expect her hometown to be the destination of the treasure map. Daji had been with him for some time and had never seen her go home. Forget it, if he let her follow him, not only would she be able to go home, but her home was also in the Beast Emperor mountain range. She must be very familiar with the Beast Emperor. This way, it could also help him avoid the places where those demon beasts often appeared. Thinking of this, Xiao Changtian nodded to Su Daji. Alright, but it's still not enough for just the two of us. Let's call Tian and the others. He was a mortal, and Daji was a girl, so they did not have much combat power. Tian was after all an entry-level immortal cultivator. If he really encountered something, he would be able to intimidate him. In addition, Tian was also short of money now. If he really found some treasure, he could give him some of it. It would be killing two birds with one stone. When Su Daji heard that Xiao Changtian was willing to let her go with him, her face lit up. He quickly took the bucket in his hand and entered the courtyard. He slowly said to Xiao Changtian, "Master, wait for me." Soon, Xiao Changtian brought Su Daji to the front of the bookstore. When he arrived at the bookstore, Xiao Changtian saw Tian, the Ice Emperor, and the Demon Emperor sitting at the counter, engrossed in their books. If this was in his previous life, it would definitely give people the feeling of being a top student. Old monster, you said that the water escape written by Senior. What did the water dragon bullet mean? I have no way of comprehending this type of true essence circulation path. The Ice Emperor was holding a book called Shocking, I was reincarnated into the Naruto world. He slowly said to the Demon Empress beside him. If you and I could understand Senior's cultivation technique, would we still be at our current realm? Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Demon Empress replied in a bad mood. At the same time, he was also reading a book called The Supreme Demon Path of Online Games. The cultivation techniques on it were even more obscure and difficult to understand. He had no way of understanding those combat techniques and weapons. Don't talk. Look carefully. When Tian heard the chattering in his ears, he also calmly spoke. I'm just at the critical moment. Upon hearing Tian's words, the Ice Emperor and the Devil Emperor also slowly shut their mouths. His lord's comprehension is still high. Upon seeing the look of interest on Tian's face, the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor couldn't help but silently comment in their hearts. At this moment, Xiao Changtian walked in with Su Daji. Senior. Seeing Xiao Changtian, the Ice Emperor and the Demon Emperor stood up and spoke to him slowly. Tian slowly put down the book in his hand after hearing the Ice and Demon Emperor's words. He looked at Xiao Changtian and spoke to him. Senior. Xiao Changtian smiled and nodded at them. Looking at Tian's earlier appearance, he was the same as him in his previous life who stayed up late to read novels. Chapter 336, Chapter 336, Devouring the Clone, 1. Chapter 336, Devouring the Clone, 1. Xiaokangshan Bookstore. Xiao Changtian told Tian and the others the reason why he came here. I see. There's a treasure coming out of the Beast Emperor mountain range. Senior is bringing us there to seize the opportunity. After Tian and the other two heard this, their eyes were filled with gratitude as they stared at Xiao Changtian. Tian silently swore in his heart. Not only did this senior arrange such a huge opportunity for him in the bookstore, but he also brought him along with him when there was news of treasures. In the future, if the Divine Court were to regain its glory, it would definitely become the most important chess piece in Senior's hands. Xiao Changtian smiled when he saw the gratitude in the eyes of Tian and the others. As expected, Tian and the others were still lacking money. The moment he said that he would give them a chance to earn money, they would be so excited. Then, a young man from the bookstore came in and said to Xiao Changtian, "Senior, a carriage has been prepared outside. I hope it can be used as a means of transportation for Senior." Hearing this young man's words, Xiao Changtian also looked towards the door. He saw a reddish-brown BMW pulling a car behind it. It looked very eye-catching. Upon seeing this carriage, Xiao Changtian also spoke to Tian and the others. "Let's go." Tian and the others also saw the carriage outside the bookstore and followed Xiao Changtian out. Xiao Changtian came to the front of the horse carriage. The horse looked at Xiao Changtian and felt his aura. It couldn't help but let out a breath. "A mere mortal wants me to serve him." Su Daji followed behind Xiao Changtian and also looked at the reddish-brown horse in front of her. This was one of the most common species in the demonic beast world, the red steed. There were only two characteristics of this group. One was their endurance. Although their attack and defense were not very good, they were good at running and were a good tool for transportation. The second was to bully the weak and fear the strong. As this group's strength was generally not very good, they would be respectful when they met the strong, and they would have a sense of superiority when they met the weak. The red steed in front of him was only at the golden core stage, but it looked at Xiao Changtian with disdain. Squeak squeak squeak. Just as Xiao Changtian stepped onto the stairs, the red steed wanted to show Xiao Changtian its might. Monkey jumped onto his body and patted him. Under Monkey's pats, Red Colt immediately felt the flow of quintessential essence in his body become uneven. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Red Colt could not help but say to the monkey on his back, "Senior Divine Monkey, I don't know how I offended you, but please forgive me. Were you trying to be disrespectful to Master just now? Let me tell you, be obedient on the way, or else, hee." Monkey sat on the horse's back and waved his fists. After Xiao Changtian got on the carriage, Su Daji, Tian, and the rest followed suit. When the Ice Emperor boarded the carriage, she released her aura intentionally or unintentionally. "You condescending fellow, behave yourself." With the Ice Emperor's cultivation, how could he not see that the horse was trying to trip Xiao Changtian up? Sensing the Ice Emperor's aura, the red steed's head drooped, trembling, not daring to speak. The Demon Empress, who had just boarded the carriage, warned Red Colt. After everyone got into the carriage, Xiao Changtian saw Monkey sitting on the horse. Seeing Monkey, Xiao Changtian carried him from the horse. "Stop fooling around. Otherwise, stay in the courtyard next time." Upon hearing Xiao Changtian's words, Monkey immediately retracted his imposing manner and obediently walked into Xiao Changtian's arms. When the Red Colt saw Monkey's state, it could not even stand properly. Divine Realm, in a dark basement. The walls of the basement were filled with all kinds of chains and torture devices. In the center of the basement, there was a round platform. On it was a figure bound by iron chains. The figure's hair was disheveled, and he could not see his face at all. Surrounding the round platform was a huge ditch that was filled with blood. Squeak squeak. The door to the basement was slowly opened, and a man in black walked in. Under the effect of the soul-binding chains, your consciousness should be almost obliterated. The man in black slowly walked in and said to the man in the middle of the round platform, "You, betraying your main body, will not have a good ending in the end." The man in the middle of the round platform looked at the man who walked in from the basement and said weakly to him, "Ha!" The black-robed man sneered. His figure flashed and he appeared in the center of the round platform. She held the man's cheek with one hand and slowly said to his face, "Do you know why I asked you to stay for so long? I wanted you to see the moment I devour my main body. However, there seems to be no chance now. Your soul power seems to be unable to support it. So, you should become my nourishment." The black-clothed man looked at the man in front of him with a somewhat crazy expression and said with a smile. Then, a black vital essence rose from the black-robed man's hand. As soon as the black vital essence appeared, it attacked the man on the round platform, devouring everything in his body. Ah! The man in the middle of the round platform let out a miserable cry after being swallowed by the black-robed man. You went against your original will. Even if you devour me, the main body and the 10 great generals will not let you off in the future. When he was devoured, the face of the man in the middle of the round platform was finally seen clearly. It was a clone of the master of the divine court, and in front of him was a face that was exactly the same as his. It was also a clone of the lord of the divine court. However, this clone was currently devouring another clone. Hearing the man on the round platform's words, the clone of the master of the divine court also smiled. The 10 great generals, I don't know if they're still alive. Even if they're still alive, as long as I devour my main body, they'll naturally submit to me. You don't have to worry so much. The clone of the master of the divine court looked at the clone in front of him and said somewhat crazily. Clearly, he was also very afraid of the former 10 great generals of the divine court. As he spoke, the clone of the master of the divine court slowly absorbed his clone. After the absorption, the clone of the master of the divine court circulated his cultivation to adjust the true essence in his body. After a while, he opened his eyes. The aura on his body had reached the peak of the God Emperor realm. At this moment, a faint voice sounded from the basement. I say, Tian, we've already completed what we promised you. Now, it's time for us to settle our matters. Upon hearing this voice, a smile appeared on Tian's face as he stared at the space before him. Not enough. Then, he made a hand seal with both hands and pointed it at the ditch beside him. Following that, the blood in the ditch surged and soared into the sky, gathering on the clone of the master of the divine court. Ha ha ha, you're really bold. As expected of our ally. 1 foot 11 inches wait for you for a few more days. A voice came from the void again. Obviously, he was also surprised that the clone of the master of the divine court would absorb the blood in the drain. Chapter 337, Chapter 337, Senior's realm is too high, we can only slowly understand it, 1. Chapter 337, Senior's realm is too high, we can only slowly understand it, 1. On a small path between the mountains. Xiao Chang Tian, Tian, and the Ice Empress sat in the carriage. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Xiao Chang Tian knew that they were getting closer and closer to their destination. After that, he seemed to have thought of something. Xiao Chang Tian took out the bamboo basket behind him and spoke to Tian and the others. I brought a few weapons from the courtyard. I don't know if they will be of any help to you. You guys take it first. When you encounter a ferocious beast or something, you can use it to defend yourself. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian took out a large saber from the bamboo basket and gave it to the Demon Emperor, a long sword to Tian, and a long spear to the Ice Emperor. There was also a pair of scissors for Su Daji. These were all made when he was idle in the courtyard. It just so happened that they would come in handy when he came out to search for treasures. Tian and the others received the weapons Xiao Changtian handed over. When they saw the weapons in their hands, they were all filled with joy. This was a celestial artifact. No, it was of a higher grade than a celestial artifact. The Ice Emperor looked at the spear in his hand. With the spear in his hand, he felt that his combat power had increased by several levels. Su Daji took the scissors that Xiao Changtian handed over and said to Xiao Changtian in embarrassment. Master, can you change it to another one? This pair of scissors, hearing Su Daji's words, Xiao Changtian also looked over and saw that the scissors were placed on the carriage. Obviously, Su Daji could not pick it up. As for Tian and the others, they had also forgotten about the past. The pupils in their eyes widened by several times. The lines on the scissors were the Tao runes of the Great Tao. Heavens, Senior actually contained the power of the Great Tao in a pair of scissors. Xiao Changtian looked at Su Daji and was speechless. He didn't know if it was right to bring her here. She couldn't even pick up a pair of scissors. If she encountered a demon beast or something, she would be so scared that she wouldn't be able to move. As he thought about this, he said to Su Daji slowly. Daji, it's just a pair of scissors. There are many more like him, and there are countless heavier ones. You have to practice more. As he spoke, Xiao Changtian took the scissors from Su Daji's hands and continued to search the bamboo basket. As for Tian and the others, when they heard Xiao Changtian's words, they felt even more shocked in their hearts. It turned out that this pair of scissors that contained the power of the Great Tao was just an ordinary item in the eyes of Senior. In that case, the weapons he used before were probably not even trash in the eyes of the seniors. Moreover, from what Senior said, there were many weapons that were more awesome than scissors. I wonder what it looks like. It was estimated that once that kind of immortal artifact appeared, it could sweep across the entire divine world. And while Tian and the others were deep in thought, Xiao Changtian casually created a hairpin. The moment the hairpin was taken out, everyone in the carriage felt the weapons on their bodies let out a soft hum. It was obvious that they were afraid of something. The Ice Emperor and the others, Yuan, began to circulate on their own, as if they had encountered some great terror. This hairpin was even more terrifying than the scissors. Xiao Changtian held the hairpin in his hand and handed it to Su Daji. This is for you. This was the smallest thing that Xiao Changtian could find. If Su Daji did not move it, he would have no choice. Master, this. Su Daji looked at the hairpin in Xiao Changtian's hand and hesitated. He was the same as Tian and the others. He could also sense that this hairpin was even more terrifying than the scissors earlier. This weight was probably even more terrifying than a pair of weird scissors. Seeing Su Daji's hesitant look, Xiao Changtian also walked over. She helped Su Daji put the hairpin on his head. All right, it's just a hairpin. What are you hesitating about? Xiao Changtian said slowly after helping Su Daji put it on. What was wrong with Daji today? After that, Xiao Changtian also saw the shocked expressions on Tian and the others' faces. He then spoke in an embarrassed manner. I'm sorry, I've made a fool of myself. Tian and the others probably couldn't stand Su Daji's dilly-dallying earlier. When Tian and the others heard the words of Xiao Changtian, they immediately smiled at him and replied. No, no. What a joke, if Su Daji didn't pick up the hairpin, they would laugh at her. Then wouldn't they have no chance to be laughed at? We can only say that Senior's realm is too high. We can only slowly comprehend it. The moment Xiao Changtian put the hairpin on her, Su Daji thought that she would not be able to take it. He did not expect the hairpin to be like an ordinary hairpin on his head. It did not have any weight at all. Could it be that his perception was wrong? After all, it was normal for his perception to be wrong in front of his master. With this thought in mind, Su Daji also raised her arm to pull out the hairpin on her head. It doesn't matter if I don't pull it out, I pull it out, I find that hairpin is like sticking to my head, I can't move it at all. This. Su Daji didn't know what was going on. Squeak squeak squeak. Monkey, who was in the carriage, saw Su Daji's expression and laughed. He transmitted his voice to her. Daji, don't worry about her. With your current strength, you can't take her down, but she can protect you at the critical moment. When Su Daji heard Monkey's words, she slowly understood. It was not that he could not pull it out, but that his strength was too weak. This hairpin had clearly been specially treated by his master, so he did not feel any weight. With this thought in mind, Su Daji looked at Xiao Changtian with gratitude in her eyes. Xiao Changtian looked at Sui fiddling with her hairpin, but it didn't seem to move at all. No way, could Daji not even lift this hairpin? Forget it, he didn't care. If he couldn't even lift the hairpin, he could only tell her that he was awesome. When Su Daji saw that Xiao Changtian was not particularly satisfied with her, she also secretly transmitted her voice to Di Tian and the others. Di Tian, will your master be disappointed in me? When Di Tian heard Daji's voice transmission, he was also stunned. It can't be. With Miss Daji's talent, she's already much stronger than us. Besides, Senior won't judge people based on their aptitude. As he spoke, Di Tian also felt a little guilty. After hearing Su Daji's words, Di Tian suddenly felt that all the geniuses he had seen in the divine realm were trash. After being encouraged by Di Tian, Su Daji said to herself. In the future, he had to work harder to cultivate. Otherwise, it would not be good to disappoint his master. In a basement in the divine realm. The clone of the master of the divine court slowly opened his eyes. The aura on his body soared into the sky, officially stepping into the godly emperor realm. When the clone of the master of the divine court broke through, a voice sounded. Di Tian, since you've broken through, let's have a chat in the main hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the clone of the master of the divine court in the basement also flashed and disappeared from the basement. Chapter 338, Chapter 338, Demon Emperor Relic, 1. Chapter 338, Demon Emperor Relic, 1. In a magnificent palace in the divine realm. In the main hall, there were 3 huge chairs. The backs of the chairs were all covered with animal skin. At this moment, there was a figure with a powerful aura sitting on each of the 3 chairs. Below the hall stood 2 rows of guards with long spears in their hands. Then, a ball of black gas appeared in the hall and transformed into the avatar of the master of the divine court. On the first chair sat a figure in a blood-red robe. There was a dragon head carved on the robe, and a huge bone necklace hung around his neck. When he saw the avatar of the master of the divine court in the hall, he said to Ha! Men, give Di Tian a seat. As soon as the voice fell, the guards in the hall brought in a chair that was exactly the same as the one above. The blood-red figure looked at the chair in the guard's hand. True essence gathered in his hand and emitted a suction force. Suddenly, the chair landed beside them. Di Tian, please. Hearing the blood-red figure's voice, the clone of the master of the divine court smiled and sat down. According to the agreement, we will capture the main body for you, and you will help us find the demon emperor's relic. In the middle of a chair, a female dressed in white wolf fur robes was fiddling with her hands as she spoke to Di Tian. That's right, Emperor. Your cultivation has already reached the god monarch realm. It's time to start. A rough voice rang out in the hall. On the last chair, a man with a bare chest, dressed in yellow clothes and a collar on his head, was staring at Di Tian. The demon emperor relic was the essence of every demon emperor after they died. This treasure was a huge tonic for every demon beast that had reached the cultivation level of emperor god. Moreover, there had always been a rumor in the demon beast world that the previous demon emperor did not die in meditation. Instead, he had reached a cultivation level that surpassed the godly emperor and ascended to another world. When he ascended, he condensed his life's essence into the demon emperor relic in order to feed the demon beast world. The cultivation of the 3 demon beasts in the hall had already reached the godly emperor realm. If they could obtain the demon emperor relic, they might be able to advance further. Being stared at by 3 pairs of eyes, the clone of the master of the divine court smiled at them. Then, he stretched out his palm, and a blueprint appeared in his hand. Of course, we have sworn an oath to the heavens, so we will naturally do it. As the clone of the master of the divine court spoke, he slowly opened the blueprint in his hand. What was recorded on the map was exactly the same as the treasure map that Dao Kong had given Xiao Changtian. This is. The woman in the middle saw the blueprint in the hands of the master of the divine court and could not help but ask. This is the location of the demon emperor's relic. My divine court paid a huge price to obtain it from the carefree sect. As he spoke, the clone of the Master of the Divine Court slowly handed the blueprint in his hand to the woman in the middle. "Qingqiu, how is it?" The blood-red figure at the side watched as the woman in the middle received Tian's diagram. He also leaned over and spoke slowly. "Tian Yuan continent? What a coincidence." Another man with a bare chest also leaned over and slowly said. "Tian, it seems that our cooperation is the best choice. Your main body is also on the Tian Yuan continent." After confirming the authenticity of the blueprint, Qingqiu said slowly to the clone of the Master of the Divine Court. After hearing Qingqiu's words, there was no expression on the clone's face. He waved his hand at her. "That's good. You guys have already made arrangements, right?" It did not surprise him that the main body was on the Tian Yuan continent. "Of course, you can rest assured." Qingqiu had already kept the treasure map as she stared at Tian. "Blood dragon, yellow ape, Tian, if there's no problem, let's do it now." The clone of the Master of the Divine Court and the other two looked at each other and did not say anything, indicating that they agreed. After seeing that Tian and the others were fine, Qingqiu also made a hand gesture in front of her chest. A faint green vital essence appeared on Qingqiu's hand. "Tian Yuan continent, Beast King Mountain Range, Nine-Tailed Fox's territory." While Qingqiu was casting the spell, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's first elder, who was sitting in front of the clan's forbidden altar, also sensed something. A burst of green true essence rose from his body, and then slowly gathered into the forbidden altar in front of him. "Are you ready?" The great elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox race sat in front of the forbidden altar. Qingqiu's voice slowly came from the forbidden altar. "Exalted Goddess, everything is ready." Hearing Qingqiu's voice, the Nine-Tailed Fox first elder also knelt down and respectfully replied. "That's good. Let's welcome him." As Qingqiu's voice fell, the Nine-Tailed Fox first elder stood up from the ground and gathered all the true essence in her body into the forbidden altar. Then, a terrifying aura came from the forbidden altar. In the divine world, a spatial vortex appeared in front of Qingqiu, the blood dragon, the yellow ape, and the clone of the Lord of the Divine Court. The demon beast guards behind him entered one by one and arrived at the Nine-Tailed Fox forbidden altar. When they appeared, cracks even appeared in the space around the forbidden altar, as if it could not withstand their existence. The movements in the forbidden altar naturally could not escape the senses of the Nine-Tailed Fox. After they appeared one after another, the elders of the Nine-Tailed Fox also arrived. Looking at them and sensing the terrifying aura on their bodies, they were all stunned and trembling on the spot, not knowing what to do. A demon beast commander swept his gaze across the world and could not help but say, "I didn't expect a sacred object to appear in this ant-like place." Then, the demon beast commander waved his sleeve. "Blood Fiend Army, clear the area within 100 miles. Following the command of the demon beast commander, the demon beasts behind him also flew out in teams. Now, they would come here through the forbidden altar because they did not want to attract the attention of other experts in the divine realm. Now that he was here, he naturally had no scruples. When the Nine-Tailed Fox first elder saw the demonic beast commander, she also walked over. "Exalted Goddess, I've already done as you instructed. Look at your promise." Perhaps it was because the aura on Qingqiu's body was too terrifying, the Nine-Tailed Fox first elder's voice was a little soft. "Don't worry, we will bestow your Nine-Tailed Fox clan with endless glory." The demon beast commander looked at the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox first elder in front of him. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light entered his body. As the light entered her body, the Nine-Tailed Fox Grand Elder felt that the true essence she had consumed to activate the forbidden altar had recovered a little. Following that, in the sky above the Beast Emperor mountain range, demon beasts from the divine realm stood in the sky. "Submit or die." These words were like an imperial edict that echoed throughout the entire Beast Emperor mountain range. Immediately, wails sounded everywhere in the entire Beast Emperor mountain range. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.